It's a Crime and Shame with Sunny Justice. Hey guys, let's see. Hi Sloopy, how are you on there? And throughout the night, guys, just so you know, Deb will be on, Mama and Adam should be on as well tonight and joining us at different times. So, yeah. So, how's everyone tonight? What a great intro. Well, you know, I seen that intro on YouTube for that one part, and I was like, kind of like that. I think I'll keep it right now until I have the energy to want to build my proper own that way. I had my own, but that was Pink Panther. Well, then the front part, yeah. But yeah, anyway, so that's that second part where it gets loud or whatever. It's like somebody else's intro. I usually show the name so it shows it at the end, but I didn't. I kind of hit the thing too fast or whatever. Oh, there's. Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. Nice to see you. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, how's Deb tonight?
I'm good.
Yeah, good, good, good. Nice to see you on cam. I was like, when I saw you yesterday, I don't know, it's just a different vibe. Not like you always have to, you know, but sometimes it was just kind of like, you know, when there's four of us and I'm like, I feel like I'm on the Brady Bunch and I'm looking down and I just see like all those avatars and I'm like, somebody just, so when Adam does come on, that I don't feel so lonely on there. And the reason for me personally, like I've said this before, I always in my life, whether I'd rather talk to someone, typically, if I'm going to talk about something serious, I'd rather talk about something on the phone than through text and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it's always, to me, I've always been about that personal interaction. And so, yeah, you know, it's not about ego and like seeing myself on camera, could care less. Yeah, that's right. This could care less.
I got my hair cut today. I got I don't know, 3 inches cut off, and my bangs are not thick enough though. Do you think they need to be thicker?
Your bangs?
Do they look kind of sparse?
I get what you're saying. It's called age, Deb. As you get older,
right?
Yeah, because I feel like sometimes mine do that too, and it's just like, wait a second, is that? Am I losing a patch here or something? But no, it looks fine. But I know what you're saying because some days mine feels like that too, on there. But yeah. No.
Have you seen those little combs you put in and they're just bangs?
Oh, really? I mean, they're like fake bangs or something?
Yeah, it's just a little comb that flips here and then they hang down as bangs.
Yeah, I can't say. Hey, Bruce, how are you? Yeah, no, I can't. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I know that guys don't want to hear this shit, but I've never done my nails ever, like ever.
Really?
I've never worn fake eyelashes.
I've never worn fake eyelashes. I wish I knew how to put them on though.
Yeah, well, you know, I wish I did my husband's eyelashes, to be honest, but I've never, you know what? For me personally, I don't like jewelry. I'm a very inexpensive wife that way. Besides my cheap little rings, and my wedding ring is like, it's like $36. My wedding ring, and the one in front of it's like $90, and it's like a crown. I like hearts, so I was always one of those ones. I was more of a tomboy, but I honestly, I don't like being bothered with jewelry and different shit really, or fake shit, what I call fake shit, like fake hair, fake. And then, so all I think to myself, and I'm sorry if anyone's like this, but all I think to myself when I see someone with fake hair, fake eyelashes, fake this, fake whatever, I'm just thinking to myself, or, you know, or push-up bras that have padding in it to make themselves look, all I think to myself is, that guy is going to get a big surprise when all that shit comes off and he sees the true you, and, you know, because it's like a whole different thing.
This isn't what I bargained for.
No, well, it's like getting, to me, it's like getting like a fake treat, and then here's the, you know what I mean? So I just like to be, if people like me, they like me for who I am. But I've just never been that. I worked in cosmetics for like 7 years, and sure, I loved playing with my hair and my makeup and stuff like that. But other than that, and that was just because, it's like the Tom girls. But as I got older, I just liked playing with my hair. I always liked my hair because I could just kind of do whatever I wanted with it. But
you have good hair.
Not that guys want to listen to this shit. But but your hair looks fine. Looks beautiful. Nice. And
I like the highlights she did. I just feel like I needed her to cut just a little bit more bangs.
A little bit more?
Yeah, like.
Oh, I see, right. A little bit more bangs.
Like
to give you.
I don't know. It's crazy weird.
I was going to say, maybe tomorrow it will look thicker.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Because they put so much stuff on it. I don't put a lot of product on my hair either. So.
Yeah. Anyway, it looks good from here. You know,
thanks.
I tell you if you look ugly. Just like I hope you tell me.
I'd reach through the phone and smack you.
Right. Introducing Ugmug. No, just kidding. That's Ashley. Ashley Gard.
Yeah.
I honestly feel bad because people always do use the ugliest picture she has. And there's something about it that you just want to use it. And I think it just goes with the territory because she's a manipulative, you know, bitch, and she's a killer. And I just want to use that picture too, because it just defines her ugliness to me as a person. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like, I know you kind of look like this. You can have better days, but you're ugly from outside to inside. So that one just kind of defines her. Hello, Mike. Hi, Leah. How are you?
I'm trying to get the chat up here.
Yes, Lee. This is what Deb looks like. Isn't it amazing? I know.
I didn't get to use my Disney character.
Oh, did you have? Well, you can always use it.
Avatar.
Yeah, when you go to the bathroom or get a drink or whatever you need to do, or when you need to turn on your avatar, we'll see it. We'll see it. Hello.
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted today. There's only 14 people. Where is everybody? Who else is live right now? Oh, 15. Come on, people. But it's sometimes when I never look to see who's actually live, to be honest with you, because I don't really care, you know. And it's like I don't ever really check out other people. So unless I happen to see it because I'm just chilling before I go do a live, and I'm just checking out just YouTube for a minute. Other than that, I never know who's going live or not live and all that. So gratty hugs. Yeah. Every time I see Mike, his name, I just can't help but think of Jason, you know?
Yeah.
Is it Jason?
Well, with the pumpkin and the knife.
Yeah. Crypto altcoin oracle. Hey, not mama. Okay, let me guess. Hold on. I'm using my psychic abilities here.
Hey, there's Crypto.
Shh.
Hey,
hold
Crypto.
on. Guess who Crypto is? Do you remember?
Richard.
I was going to use my psychic ability.
Hi, Richard.
I was going to, hey, Richard, how you doing, bud? Yeah, Mama's going to come on in a little bit once she gets everything organized, but I'm sure you already know that by now, to be honest. But I know Mama said that you weren't home at the moment, but yeah, Mama usually likes to do about 7:30 once her Mama's settled in and everything like that. I just, like I said, typically if I have to wait till 7:30, I'll be sleeping, and then I'll have like no energy, and then I'll be like, no, not going to do a live, you know, because I'm doing lives more than I've ever been doing lately. And it's not me. And I'm, to be honest with you, can I be honest? It's more so because it's like, for instance, yesterday, Adam said, oh, I'm going to be home early today. And I was like, I wasn't going to do a live, but because if he wants to come on a live and do it, because whatever. So it's more so that if you guys want to talk, and even if I don't have a lot to say, And if you guys just talk amongst the crowd yourself and want to do the lives, like maybe your day was boring and maybe you enjoy. So sometimes I could easily just turn off my own and go to sleep and set my alarm, come back in an hour or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, tired. Yeah. Wow. I was going to say, I'm kind of tired myself. Actually, you have talked to her. Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, I talked to my husband too. I come in, gave him his kiss, thanked him for the dinner that he made me. And I was like, honey, are you streaming tonight? And he's like, yeah, I think so. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to be doing it live in a few minutes too. Then I'll see him next time I see him is at bedtime. Well, unless I need a drink or something like that to go to the bathroom. Right. But in saying that, it's like we're both just enjoying the things we do. Like, that's what I actually like about it, to be honest with you, Deb, is that mine and my husband's relationship, it's not a struggle that way. There's no, you're spending too much time on the computer, this and that. We're just in the same place. I'd rather him be here than freaking at bars drinking and shit like that. But we're just each doing our own thing,
Yeah.
And it's just like, and if I really want to spend time with him, which I do, but but we each do our own little things. Like I said, and his brother lives here with us, so they do their little streaming thing as well. And even my son does he does streaming as well. He doesn't live here, but he has his Twitch channel that he does, and yeah, it's like whole fandango thing on there. But yeah, so yeah, but I just enjoy, although I'm not a big fan of true crime because I just don't like the fact it's to deal with death and things that are sad. I hate dealing with stuff like that. I just think it's very sad that there's people in this world that take other people's lives, and for ridiculous reasons, for selfish reasons. It's just, I get, what I mean? I get everything. I get it. But I don't understand how people can just go, what, I'm going to take out my wife and my 2 kids and whatever today, because it's like, what pushes you past that limit? People get into a rage. And that's how I kind of felt about my ex-husband. Like that one day, he just made me think, oh, he has guns. And I just actually felt a little bit fearful for the first time. And it was just because there was a whole different rage that came over him this particular day. And I was like, oh, who are you? Because you know what I mean? It's just like a different person. So, but still, to push to the limit, of taking other people's lives, knowing that when your ass is caught, you are listening now to the freaking jail slam, people being told what to do, how to do it, when to do it, what time to do it, when to get up, Do they not think of these things? Like, honestly, I mean, there's the people that kill and then they take their own lives, but do they not think of these things when they're about to take someone's life? If they get caught, they are now permanently, basically, almost most of their life is behind bars, being told what to do. It doesn't seem like a fair even trade there, really.
Yep. That just shows you like how that just shows you like how driven they are to do the evil that they do.
I know. And then they start trying to backpedal like Ashley Garth over there. Sorry.
Richard Richard said, do him a favor, rub it into to Mama that he made the live.
Oh, okay.
Before she did.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say. I was like, Richard, like, you made it in way before my mom did. You know what? It's not even about her anymore. It's about us, isn't it? Yeah. Richard's like, sonar's kicking in. I feel Sunny and Deb on. They're a little bit more important than my wife at the moment. Don't tell Deb though. Don't tell Mama that. No. We'll just pretend like she's still special and shit. Oh, there's Melissa. How's Melissa?
Hi, Melissa.
Thanks, Loopy. Yeah. Hi, Melissa. How are you? Melissa's on the go doing a lot of, I think, different things still. I think she moved, I believe. Yeah.
Really?
Getting all settled in and stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I know she was sick, had COVID, and, but her life's been.
I didn't know that. I don't remember. Yeah. Did I remember that?
It's okay. Yeah, she's good. Yeah. Well, thanks for stopping by. I know, Melissa, because before you would see her a lot, and then all of a sudden she kind of, and then she had stuff, people have lives sometimes outside of true crime, and Sunny. Heaven for you. So I thought I was watching this morning. I was watching Living on the Land. Oh, there you go. Oh, isn't Melissa the one that said that she's going to make a YouTube channel and it's going to be like a off the grid thing? I think it was Melissa that did that, right?
I was subscribed to that. I like that kind of stuff.
You know what? Why, please do go on. Okay, do go on. I got all night to listen to good things. What do you want to say? Okay. I'm ready for compliments. You know, even if they're fake. No, I don't like fake. All right. Yes. Yeah, that would be cool, Melissa, when you do that. Then I'll have to come on your channel, type of thing, right? Well, I'll just be like one little happy family in there. Yeah, hi. So I figured I was gonna play Misbehaved's video today. It's about 11 and about almost 12 minutes long. Hey, pay attention. Hey, oh, look at her. See this? She's got her back turned to me. Fine, I'm gonna do the same to you. You going for a candy?
I was picking up a notepad. It's got something stuck to it.
Okay.
Peeling off.
Okay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do that to get us started, and then we can discuss it if you guys like, because I think it's kind of interesting to remember some of the things that were said. And like for instance, like, do you remember about the reddish brown hair being talked about or no?
Yeah.
Now, do you remember where it came from?
One of the witnesses?
Well, meaning, do you remember if Ali had put it out there? Was it on that or?
I thought it was on the description that law enforcement put out.
Yeah, see, even I forget sometimes. I think it was too on one of them. But, you know, to be honest with you, when you kind of like look at it, then it's just like, why saying hello? Okay. Hotcha. Good for Granny. Okay. So, yeah. So I thought I'd play her video and then we can talk about it. Because I thought it was very interesting again to, you know how sometimes people kind of forget they get so caught up in other things. And then, you know what I mean? When your brain explodes and then information is just the old stuff. Sometimes you forget about what was said originally and stuff like that. So, yeah. So let me just share screen. Which one is it? Take that. Which one is it? Delphi. I think it's this one. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And then we'll make it bigger. Okay. So I'm just going to play this one out, Deb. So if you want to turn on your avatar for that time, go right ahead. If not, it's up to you.
I'll probably just turn my mic off.
Yeah, that too.
They are looking for a name to go with this face. They believe that this person has something to do with the murders of the two girls back in February. They put this sketch together with the help of a witness who was in the area, but they also used this one. This is the photograph we've seen so many times before. It was taken from a video taken from one of the girls' phones. It shows a fuzzy individual. This individual, they believe, is much clearer and maybe more helpful in finding the person responsible. Who is this person? They say a white male, 5'6" to 5'10", hefty, 180 pounds to 220 pounds. He has reddish brown hair. They say don't focus on the hat. They're telling people to focus on the facial features, see something there. If he looks familiar, if there is something you think police ought to know, we put the email address as well as the telephone number to the police investigating these murders.
For 2 years, the people of Delphi have been looking for a suspected killer who looked like this. But now the investigation has a new face, and people here are taking a hard look. People from the area packed the Wabash and Erie Canal Conference Center to learn the latest on the investigation on who killed Abby Williams and Libby German as they walked a trail in Delphi.
I understood there was going to be something new, and I see that there is. So I know they're still working on it. That's the main thing.
But most were stunned to find out the new direction is what looks like a much different suspect.
Where did this come from? You know, yeah, it is strange. We went from that sketch to this one, and he's younger. And the other one, he was older.
We've always been looking for someone that looked older. He just seemed older than this, so I'm hoping now that maybe they'll be able to catch whoever did it. Maybe this is a little bit closer to the real murder.
Police believe this is a more accurate depiction of the man captured on video on Libby German's cell phone minutes before the two teenage girls were murdered.
The sketch that was released July 17, 2017 says of a man believed to be connected to the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. This sketch was released on April 22nd, 2019, and it is a sketch of the suspect in the killings of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. So there's now two sketches, one that says connected to the murders, the other that says that is the suspect. Remember, the suspect one was actually drawn first but released second.
2019, Indiana State Police released an updated sketch of the suspect. That composite looked nothing like this previous sketch, which had been the face of the investigation for 2 years.
It's like, wait a minute, now we got to start all over and we've got to explain why they're doing what they're doing.
They've obviously received enough information on the first sketch to realize that that person isn't the right one.
Several agencies still working this investigation.
Here, the sheriff acknowledges that both sketches are gravely different, and he stated that both sketches are persons of interest in the murders.
As far as we know, are we looking for one suspect? Well, yes, we are. And I think what I'd like your listeners to hear from me is to remember that a sketch is not a photograph. Right. And it's really, that is really important that so everybody understands that a sketch is not a photograph. Once we find out who did this, and I believe that we will, we're going to find that this person probably looks something similar to both of the sketches that we've released. Maybe more like one than the other. But I'm very confident that we'll see some similarities. And people get kind of hung up on this notion that he has to look just like the sketch, and that's not necessarily true.
Now investigators are releasing this sketch of a man who they believe murdered the girls, along with cell phone video and audio of the suspect.
In the early days and months of the Delphi murder investigation, information was developed about a suspect description. It was initially believed that the sketch that has been in the public view for over the last 2 years of a person in the age range of his 40s to 50s was a person of interest in the murder investigation. Now, as the investigation has matured and past information has been released, it is belief of the investigator with the multi-agency task force that the person depicted in the sketch released on April 22nd more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. It is important to distinguish these points about the two sketches. They are not the same person. The person depicted in the original release sketch is not presently a person of interest in the investigation. The sketch released on April 22nd is representative of the face of the person captured in the video on Libby German's cell phone as he walked along the high bridge. The person in the sketch released on April 22nd is described as having a youthful appearance, but could fall in the age range from his 20s to late 30s.
Picture a face from memory. Now, what if you only saw that person for a few moments during a crime? Could you describe them? Provide a portrait that other people recognize. Well, with each pencil stroke, Trooper Taylor Bryant, the sketch artist for Indiana State Police, has to bring those crucial memories from victims and witnesses to life.
You want activity, people calling in, because possibly one of those tips or call-ins can lead to an apprehension.
While most of his time is spent patrolling the highway, Trooper Bryant has done about 70 sketches for police departments across the state, including this high-profile picture we've seen a lot. The man police believe killed Abby and Libby in Delphi.
It was a sketch created from a witness. That's about all I can say.
This face and that witness he's not allowed to talk about since the investigation's still active, but it's a sketch he really hopes leads to an arrest.
Yes, I believe, the whole country here really would like to see something come of this.
Trooper Bryant started sketching suspects in 2008. State police were looking for a trooper with artistic ability, and Bryant has a degree in commercial art. So he trained for 3 weeks with the FBI.
On how to interview witnesses, how to talk to a witness, how to not ask leading questions of a witness.
And he learned the most important part of the job happens before pencil ever hits paper. This is a 4-hour process that starts with an interview.
Sometimes it's a harrowing experience for the witness, sexual assaults, things of that nature. So you want to get them to more or less trust you to do a drawing.
Then victims go through an FBI catalog, choosing facial features that match the suspects: head shape, eye shape, nose, and hair. With those set, Trooper Bryant finally starts to sketch.
Yeah, so you start with a grid to just give you, placement.
Checking with the witness for accuracy.
Sonny, if you can hear me, no, there's no sound.
Yeah, I know. I put it into chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not me. It's her video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's coming back on.
All right.
A coward would do such a thing.
Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter did not hide his contempt for the man they've been hunting for more than 26 months.
What will those closest to you think of when they find out that you brutally murdered 2 little girls?
German and Williams were last seen hiking near an abandoned rail bridge on February 13, 2017. Their bodies were found the next day in a wooded area about a quarter-mile away. Police initially released a still image of the suspect. Yesterday, they revealed it was taken from this video, which was recovered from the phone of Libby German.
Watch the mannerisms as he walks. Do you recognize the mannerisms as being someone that you might know?
German also recorded the voice of the alleged killer, and police released an additional portion of that audio.
And it seems like the police know more than they're saying.
Exactly.
They usually do.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but they said in the news conference the person could be in this room, which makes me think too, John, they know much more than they're saying.
Okay, so who's ever watching in chat or whatever, I want to thank Misbehaved. That was her video. I know it lost some sound there for a bit, which was her video, is literally watching it from her site there. on there. So yeah, so I want to thank Misbehaved for that. And so for anyone watching, yeah, John, it's time for justice. I can't say it enough. We can't say it enough. I believe you will see it, something happen soon. I do. I think there's a lot of things. Oh, there's Michael. Deb, this is our friend Michael from last night. Remember Michael?
Oh, yeah.
Where's Adam? Where is Adam? Damn you, Adam. I'll watch Michael come and then he'll go and Adam will come on and be like, damn it, I miss Michael. So what does Michael say? I watched for the profiler use SGI, a technique that takes the smallest of details from similar crimes to connect them and find the killer, like abduction sites where they were found, etc. Yeah, I'm sure that they do a lot of things I have no clue about. But yeah, I mean, I guess as time has gone on, like, you know, like even with the AI stuff, like artificial intelligence and stuff, you know, I think that they put it into like, if I think what he's talking about, you know how they put it into a program and then it can try to link other cases with similar crimes and see if something happens with that. You know, that's why a lot of people keep looking at Evansdale and you know, Delphi, and a lot of them think that they are connected. I happen to feel totally different about that myself, and I believe that the LE does too, but I don't think people want to go with that. They still want to try. I get it because it seems so similar. Like there's a lot of similarities to the case, but I think that people will come to find out at some time that perhaps, okay, the thing is that I've always been more focused on the BG. Okay, that's always been my goal. Was simply the BG, and then the attachments of the people that are possibly involved, which I try to keep it into the smaller circle because honestly, that's what FBI is for. People to provide information, them to have their own leads. Again, I like to put my efforts where I think for myself that they're being used and not being wasted, how I deem it, okay? Might not be how somebody else deems it, just how I deem it. And so if at some point it ever, again, intermingled with someone from, say, the Kokomo crew, like let's say Jason Palladino was involved in the Evansdale, let's just say, hypothetically say. So that to me would be like the only attachment possibility. But as for the BG and who the person is that killed, absolutely not. But that's everyone to their own path, right? Can't say this enough. The one thing that I will say that I find frustrating, and I'm curious. So we've seen enough said now about that the BG is a younger person. It's simply the truth. But most channels or most people refuse, and most followers refuse to believe this. They have clearly said it. And I'm curious why people won't let it go. Like that's what I'm really curious about, why people are, it's almost like that they feel like, I don't know if they feel like they've done so much work that they're just so convinced. You know what I mean? So when people have tunnel vision, to me, that is clearly tunnel vision. You know, so it's kind of like when I started off, okay? When I started off, Deb, and who's ever watching, okay, I came only with a little bit of knowledge of Delphi because I was simply just had seen it first, didn't know a lot about it. 2 girls murdered, bridge, BG guy on bridge. Nobody knew who he was. But thing was is that I was clearly convinced to myself, because I didn't know any better at the time, that, okay, I'm looking for definitely a person in their 40s to 55 area, possibly 60 tops, and that the voice mimicked something like Barry Morphew, a lot of other people. Barry Morphew, because a lot of how his wife, of course, went missing, and he lived in the area. That made sense to kind of check him out too. But I started off checking out with these older people until mine and Gonzo's conversation, and that's when I looked more into the case a little bit, but not too much at this point, because all of a sudden he told me about Garrett Kurtz, and Garrett Kurtz was in his 20s. So that's what propelled me to go to Garrett Kurtz Facebook, and then, like I said, seeing Keegan Dunker brought his pictures in. But the thing was, that's not tunnel vision. Okay. Hi, Laura. How are you? But you know what I mean? Tunnel vision is the fact that I was looking at older people because I too thought it was older at first. But I wasn't 2 years into this case or 2.5 years into this case or even 3 years into this case, like some people have invested. And so to me, tunnel vision is saying, you know what? I refused from the beginning to believe that it's a younger person because I'm still convinced it's this older person. No matter how many times they could whack that person in the head and say, no, it's younger, it's younger. They don't want to listen. I can see that. I see it all the time. You know, and now people are on this whole Tony Klein kick. And I find it, I want to say I find it laughable because at what point does Tony Klein fit any of the description of red brown hair, 5'10", of basically 180 to 200 pounds? At what point does King Klein even look like that BG? So why are people so stubborn and convinced? I'm just curious, really, why people keep staying and thinking he's older, because 75% do. So what's your thoughts personally on that one, Deb? And then in chat,
I think that what people hear first is what they stick with. You know, it's like when two people say something behind your back. We know about that, right?
Yeah.
And the one that comes to you first is probably the one that's going to be the most believable. So, you know, I think that they saw that older picture, they got that ingrained into their mind. And when they look at how the man is dressed, they're like, oh, yeah, young people don't dress like that. That's got to be an old man. And they're just stuck on that. You know, people believe what they want to believe.
Sorry,
what are you sticking your tongue out at?
I'm looking at Barbara Gordon's picture and I'm like, wait, let me go back to that picture. And then I'm like, oh, you know, Erin would love that picture. Erin would love that picture.
Oh yeah, she'd be on the list.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, so
Welcome
anyway.
everybody. We got some people in here I haven't seen before.
Yeah, there's a few in here. So I'm curious with chat. I'm curious with chat. If you believe that the BG is either Tony Klein or an older individual, I really want to know why that you still feel that way. It's very strange to me, and it makes me very curious as to why so many people still are on this older path that has absolutely been changed. And I'm really just curious why. Like when I go to the Facebooks and I look at what people are saying, all I see is Tony Klein now again. And I'm just like, come on. Like, come on. But it's their own journeys. But you know when you're that person that goes, come on, you know, I'm a fixer, I'm a helper. Like, here, you guys, like here, like here's the BG's face. Compare it, you know. The only way someone can actually build a sketch from the BG, to be honest with you, is you literally would have to watch that video and you would have to put it in shot by shot by shot by shot in slow motion, like on my bursts. And you would have to take different portions of that video. And no, well, you know what, Michael, like here, you know what? Thank you for saying that actually. Because it's not TK. It's by no means TK. He doesn't fit anything at all of what they clearly just talked about in the video. At what point did he have longer hair, first of all? And at what point was it red brown? At what point?
He did have longer hair, but it was like a picture that they just showed recently. And it's like 20 years ago.
Right. You know, like, we're talking 5 years ago. Yeah, we're talking 5 years ago. So huge difference. So why are people putting out an older picture of TK to be like, here's the BG now? Like, you think he went out and got some glue and stuck on a little mullet on his head and, you know, and was like, I mean, that's not to say that people obviously can't fake themselves on there. But I'm just blown away. And I don't understand why people are just refusing to believe LE and what has been said. Ignore the first sketch, basically, is truly what they've said, and then they kind of tweaked their answer a bit. But that's really what they've basically said, is ignore the first one that came out. We've reevaluated everything. We now know it's this person. We have the imaging, and even I can say that. The young guy does make sense. The young guy does make sense. Like, I'm not saying that, Dirty Birdies, Keegan Kline and his dad aren't little, like, well, let's call it a spade, pieces of shit, right? I mean, anyone that even entertains child pornography or younger people, in a sense. I mean, to me, it's one thing if you're 17 and you're dating a 19-year-old, and there's that, like there's that automatic thing that you both have decided that you're entering a relationship. There's a big difference between something like that and between someone that's in their 20s looking for little 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 13-year-olds, right? That's just disgusting. You're just a pig, like seriously, that's just brains. But I don't know what creates people to even think that thought, that a young child turns them on. I don't get that thought. I don't want to get it.
It's just evil. It's evil. It's like they're possessed with some kind of weird demon or something. It's just sickening. And Tony Klein is a big guy. He's 6'1".
Oh, 6'1", and he totally is like 270, 80 pounds or something like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely does not fit the description. So why are people trying to make a square peg fit a round hole instead of the round hole? Now, Mike Echo says, I think it's an older guy because of the way he walks and the way he dresses. So if a younger person trying to fool people, then he did a good job at that. Okay. So perfect example, Mike. Go ahead. But
bingo, he's a younger person trying to make himself look
like Ron Logan almost, isn't it?
Right.
But so the thing is that taking all that stuff aside, Mike, Ellie has told you that he's not a young, older person. They've literally told you that. So what now makes you still continue on that path? Like, it's almost like, like they're not trying to unsolve this case or not solve it. They're not trying to, mess with your brains that way on what they're looking for. They clearly would not hurt the family by going, just a joke on the first guy. Here's the second guy, even though it was the first one. So that's what I mean. It's exactly that thought right there that I don't understand, because they've originally, that's why they went with the second sketch, because they thought it more mimicked that picture. But yet, and then people don't want to get the voice out of their head because they want to match the voice, of course, to the walk and to the person. But if they're distinctly saying that this first person is really no longer valid, but it could be someone that possibly looks like it, because, and the reason why they say that is because, remember that whole saying of that a younger person might picture them as older, whereas an older person would picture them as younger and stuff like that. And that's kind of, I think, why they said, keep them, we'll kind of tweak what we just said. And yeah, it's kind of a combination of the both. And they're not convinced it's. John Turner. Well, in all fairness, he is walking around on railroad tracks, which is a bridge. Also, so he's not going to be walking, right? So a younger person can still walk like that because of a track.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And a younger person can sound like Bridge Guy's voice, gravelly, because of smoking since they were 13 years old. Listen to Garrett Kurtz. He sounds like an old man.
I know. Not, but even Keegan Dunker has a deep voice. Like when he talked, his voice actually didn't match. His voice was actually gets deeper in a sense. And not only that, but let's say that thing in front of him, perhaps it was a microphone that had the voice changer, because this was planned. Everything about what he is wearing is planned, that this was going to happen. If he was ready, he was set. He had his jacket stuffed. He had headphones on, microphone on. He had something on his back. everything about this was planned. We know that.
Mike
But
says he has something to say we're probably not going to want to hear. Go ahead and spill it, Mike.
yeah, we don't care.
We're waiting for him. He's typing. One letter at a time. Brett says there's a man under the bridge.
Okay, I have something. So I'm just saying you're probably not going to want to hear it.
Okay, here's what he said. I honestly think that BG is a pawn that police have given to the public. I think it's a police officer that they recorded, just so the actual killers don't think that the police are onto them. Yeah, I'm not. I appreciate you thinking that, but I don't believe that.
I'm gonna, one thing that I've learned, Mike, and I'm just gonna say this myself, in watching true crime, and just I don't know how I want to call it, age, maybe experience, watching all these shows, growing up, 48 Hours, different things. If there's one thing I know, is if you stay close to the truth, it's somewhere in the middle there. And when people start going a little bit too far off the beaten path, that's when it's kind of like it's like reaching. I prefer personally, like that just seems, you know what I mean? It's not like it's not plausible, but it just seems here's the beaten path, and that you're about 20 steps removed from that, in a sense, by that theory, but it's your theory. And if that's what you want to think, so be it, right? I mean, there's no wrong in you thinking it, obviously. There's no wrong in anyone thinking anything, to be honest with you, at all. It's just that truly, usually things are more down that part, that down the truth, So that's what I'm saying. When the LE says he's a younger person and they're showing you this young sketch, believe that to be true, because they're not there to sit there and mess with your minds that way. They might use tactics, they might use tactics a little bit, to obviously not give away certain things. And, so that's kind of different to me. But they're definitely not going to sit there and go, you know what, families, we're just messing with you. We're just going to change to pick on you. So could you?
Yeah, and I mean, it wouldn't fool the bridge guy. He would know if that was him.
Brett. Obviously, hey, Deb, I think Brett's been watching that video. You know that picture that you showed me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see Sleuth's version of it today and how he enhanced it?
No, I haven't had time.
Yeah.
I watched part where True Crime Maria was playing, but I haven't watched it. I was looking at the picture for a couple minutes at work, and I'm just, you know what? At the end of the day, I mean, I'll look at Sleuth's thing, and then I'll make a judgment call again for myself. I've just seen so many damn pictures where people made something out of nothing.
Yeah.
Or they put a person behind a tree to make it look like that person was there. And so I haven't seen Sleuth's. I don't really buy that crap, to be honest with you, because somebody else tried showing me the picture of the man and the woman underneath the bridge, and it was like, I don't even know what to call it. It was like, if you wanted to use your imagination and make it out, but I'll take a look before I comment more on that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't usually buy those things because, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, because I took what Sleuth did. He really did a nice job of enhancing it. And it actually, when you look at it, it doesn't look like one person sitting there. It looks like two people, a man with his arm down around a woman's waist, and they're standing towards each other. So it could be the couple that was under the bridge.
Okay. So if what I read, and tell me if I'm right or wrong on this. So you're saying that these people were underneath the bridge. Are you saying that they went through a hole from in the bridge and are on that middle beam, or
no,
what?
When I first thought what Randy said, that it was a man sitting there on that wood pylon, I started to think about how, Greeno climbed down that hole, and what if he climbed down the metal brackets or whatever they're called, and then onto that, But then as I was looking at it now, it actually, when it's brought up, it looks like two people facing each other, and he has his arms down, and the girl, you can tell if that's real. It looks like the girl has blonde hair.
Will you do me a favor, Deb? As I continue looking down people's comments, will you go to Sleuth Intuitions and basically
Yeah,
put
I
the
already
link?
screenshotted it, and I'll send it to you.
Well, I don't want a screenshot.
Oh, okay.
If he has it, like the video playing, I'd like to play that part of the video to show,
let me
if
see if
that's
I
okay.
can do that. All right.
Okay, thanks. True why for absolutely. What about the trails that lead from a fabrication shop to Deer Creek? What do you mean by that, Michael? As in what? Because I'm probably behind here. Okay, we already read this one. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah. I mean, like I said, each to their own. If you know. No, I think I personally don't feel that at all. At all. You know.
At all?
Yeah, no. I'll tell you what. I'm willing to wager you like $1,000.
Woo!
So tell me how. Yeah, tell me how convinced you are on that theory, and I'll stick to mine, and I'll put my money where my mouth is. Would you be willing to do the same?
Do you want me to put this in your chat, private chat?
Put it in ours, and just tell me what time to play it at. So curious about that one.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm willing to put up $1,000.
Let me find out.
If when the truth comes out, that's how much I know, and I will not waver. Would you be willing to do the same? I'm just asking. Even if you don't have $1,000, I'm just asking you. Would you honestly, if you did, would you be willing to do so, based on what you just said? Because most people would back down. I'm really great at playing poker, but I have a hand, and that's why I'm saying, if anyone wants to put up their stuff against mine, I'm more than willing.
Okay, let me. I'm looking to see if I can find this.
Nope, you can't say it's an old guy just by the voice. No, it's at a total, a total different element. We don't honestly. Again, maybe he had a voice changer. The distortion, everything played into that. That's why I know that if anyone hears that voice, they're not going to know it, not until the person's arrested. Could they copy the phone in any way? I think I know what that means, and I don't think it's realistic. I'm not sure exactly if I know. I think I know what you're saying, Outback, but no. Did you put it in there, Deb?
Yeah, just a second.
It's with Mike's theory.
I think it's at the 35:46 mark. I don't know what Mike's saying because I haven't seen the chat. What's Mike saying?
Yeah. Well, he says, if you actually think about it, they're putting a killer video and audio so the world can see it, yet they haven't arrested anybody. I just find it extremely odd. I don't. It's no different than a lot of other cases out there. You got all this stuff and no arrests. Look at John Bonet. Look at John Bonet's case. Pure example of that. Don't find it odd whatsoever. Hey, but if you want to, put some loops and spins in yours, like I said, there's no wrong to it. Yeah, Mark. The thing is, it's not like this picture hasn't been around already. It's just getting regurgitated again. To be honest with you. Right. Because I've seen the pictures from Cheyenne that people have sent me as well. And I just look at them and then I brush them off. It's regardless, it makes no difference to me. At all, to be honest. Because the whole point is the BG. And still, even if I saw somebody underneath the bridge, is that going to solve the case? No. It might feed my need for some information, but it's not gonna help figure out who the BG is. Sent DM. Okay, Polly. DM. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So it's at the 35. Okay. So I think we're almost down at the bottom here. Or I think Sleuth thinks that there's somebody in them. Yeah, well, we'll check it out in a minute, okay, guys? Sunny, check your messages. Oh, you want me to check my messages now? Oh, bossy. Where are you, bossy? Oh, let's see here. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. Let's take a look. And look at this one. Yeah. I'm going to have to really, you know what? I'm that person that I won't believe it till I can actually make something proper out of it. So thank you, Polly, for sending me it. I get what it's almost okay. You know those little things that you stick and you put the arms together, then the shoulder. That's what that picture looked like that I'm just looking at right now.
It does until you actually. That's
Right.
not actually the shape. I've circled the shape. I'll send that to you.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I believe this is Jenny. I knew that it was yesterday. I was like, who's this Journey person? And I realized it was Jenny. She changed her name. I was like, who's this person that's going along with me? Because I know Jenny. She knows. And I was just like, okay, but why would the lookouts? Well, you know what? I'm gonna hold off on my comments until I thoroughly make my own personal decision on it. But I don't want to jump the gun.
Right.
Nope. He's by himself and he's holding a phone or walkie-talkie. My opinion is that he was BG's eyes and ears.
It could be.
Well, we know that he was communicating with somebody. I'm pretty darn sure.
It could be, but when you see the outline that I've done,
oh, you would bet me.
Might change your mind.
Okay. All right. Well, if this story unfolds, Mike Echo, I'm going to hold you to your bet. Okay. My bet is, well, what's the bet here, I guess? He's saying that he's putting up the fact that LE basically is made this video up, I guess. Is that the best way to say it? Made the video up type of thing. So I'll bet you that Keegan Dunker will be named the BG at some point, and whoever else goes under arrest, who knows? But Keegan Dunker being the BG, I'm willing to bet you that $1,000 too. So let's remember that. I will always be willing to put my money where my mouth is on this one. Sunny, look at DM. Oh, yes, I did. The girls were not taken away from the trails, and BG would probably need a lookout for the bridge area private drive. Well, look out for the bridge. Well, he definitely would need a lookout. He did not do this alone. Hello, how are you? JDR. This video just ended 10 minutes ago. Oh, their video. Okay. Oh, there's Mama. Hey, Mama.
Hi. Hey, Mama. She's got her hoodie on.
Yeah, that must have been a bad hair day. Or maybe she's trying to pretend like she's the BG. It's not brown hoodie, though. Don't get me started on JBR. It was an inside job. Okay, wait. Who's JBR?
Yeah, who's JBR?
Hello, JD. Oh, wait. Don't even get me started on JBR. It was an inside job. Oh, let's see. Who's JBR?
Yeah, who's JBR?
Yeah, who's JBR? Oh my God. Look at it. I need to go down here. Everyone's down here. These old pics, Shan took them. Hey, lady. Someone just found the person under the bridge. Those are old pics. Shan took them the day of. Someone just found the person. Well, if there is a person. It's definitely two people. Yeah, I wouldn't wager no $1,000, but I bet you it's more. It represents a pause on the paper. Pause on the paper, but I don't know if that would represent the same. Oh, a comma. I'm just going back up. I don't know whether it was just distorted or if there was more, but it cuts off kind of as well. Questions. Have you heard the new picture release about yeah, like I said, this is like an old story getting regurgitated, and that's fine. You know, we'll take a look at it, right? Hi, beautiful friends. Hi, beautiful Teresa. How are you? Okay.
Hi, Teresa.
I hear guys. Get down the hill. Right, get down the hill. Right, Journey? Oh, I gotta call you Jenny, though. God, Jenny from the block. Right, Mama?
Yep.
Okay. So is the video in private chat or is it in?
Yeah, it's in private chat.
No, I meant private chat on StreamYard.
No, it's in our private messenger.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, let me pull
You
it up
want me
then.
to put it in? Yeah,
No.
I can try to.
Animations. Pam, if you're watching this, I'll look at that in just a bit. Is it the one called Roos? Okay. And you said it's at the 35. Okay, well, let's pull it up and take a boo.
Yeah.
Why not?
Or URL, which is the John Doe.
Whoops.
Then the next John Doe to create a profile.
Okay, so I'm going to go about the 35-minute mark. Well, let's just watch it from like the 33-minute mark. Okay, so share screen. Six comments.
Oh.
Okay, 1 second here. I'm just gonna go back to StreamYard for a second. Go back to the comments. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. Yeah, hi, Colette. I'm starting to believe these guys sold vids. You know, I wouldn't be surprised, lady, if this was something to do with making a movie. Like, you know, JBR is in John Benet. Oh, John Benet Ramsey. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That case pisses me off. I can't even believe it's been like 25, 26 years now. Anyways, so let me hit play. And where am I? Here? No, that's not the one. Where did it go, Mama?
What?
Oh, it's right here.
Hold
on. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm good.
Maybe zoom in here on the upper half of the body.
I think it's past this, just slightly.
Yeah, bridge guy definitely has facial hair. He looks like he has a goatee, possibly. And if you even get even closer in here, you can kind of see whatever this is here in his mouth. Yep, and all I did was layer it up and change the transparency. I may have messed with the contrast too on a couple of the layers. I really haven't been spending too much time on this. I plan to do a lot more work with this, with the whole layering idea. But I've just been super busy lately. And also my computer is just completely cluttered. I got to get a new computer. And when you're trying to use Photoshop and Illustrator and all that stuff, like, yeah, it kind of takes its toll. So anybody can do this. If you have the ability to change the transparency of an image, what I recommend is going into the video and actually taking snapshots so that they're completely even. You may have to adjust it to the left, to the right, you know, line it up the best you can. But yeah, I was really shocked.
It's past this.
So he definitely has a narrow face, like sunken in eyes, it seems, or glasses. I don't know. Who knows?
Where's Todd?
Okay, so now let me pull up another image for you guys. This was a topic of discussion this morning. And this is actually the high definition image that was originally on Facebook. So Marvin, Randy, and Frank, they've been working together great. And they were giving... Cheyenne took 2 images. She showed up at the park around 3 o'clock. So she probably took these images anywhere between 3:15 and 3:30. Probably closer to 3:15, 3:20. And I believe she was back at her car and uploading these images around 3:45, if I'm not mistaken. Feel free to correct me. I'm no expert. Just a guy with a microphone and a camera and an obsession. That's my resume. But they noticed, well, first they started out by looking for anything that may have been trapped here in this debris. If you know anything about the RTV6 chopper footage, you can see the frogmen. They're kind of surrounding some clutter similar to this. And it seems to be that they're looking at articles of clothing or something that it seems to be a lighter color. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. But while they were investigating this, Randy spotted what appears to be a person here. Right there. Let me blow this up. So now I was really shocked that not everybody could see it. There was people posting it up to their channels, and they were assuming that the part of the rock was like his leg or something. I don't know what the hell they were seeing, but they were thinking that this huge thing was like a leg. That's not what I was seeing. So, I mean, if you can't even see this, what the hell else can't you see? Yeah, just thought I'd throw that out there. Somebody who seems to be so keen with images and, always talking about it. The dude couldn't even see what's right in front of us. I'm not saying this is a person, but I can definitely see where this is potentially, I'm leaning towards it. It is. I'm going to do my best to debunk it, but the more I look at it, the more I think that it is a person. So let me go ahead and provide you with the outline that I did just before the live. Give me one moment. Okay, so as you zoom in, you kind of begin to see the outline there. Yeah, and it may not be. To me, I do see the outline and the correct proportions of what a person would look like, especially if they were sitting on the edge of a rock, maybe leaning over. I even considered there might even be 2 people. Maybe there's another person kind of underneath the bridge that we can't see, and this person has his arms around them. And I clearly see what looks to be the color of jeans, maybe dark blue, and a brownish long sleeve shirt. So yeah, I'm not 100% on it. But yeah, I'm going to keep working on it. I'm not convinced yet, but I see it. I think the proportions are right. This trestle here doesn't seem too far from this person. So if you follow the trestle up, if you follow this trestle all the way up and you were to put a person right here and then maybe take a few steps back, the size of this individual would be the exact size of a person if you were to place them here. So yeah, it's definitely very possible. So like I said, this isn't going to be a very long live. You know, it's going to be as long as probably about another 15 minutes. We have a great bunch of people in here right now. You got Marvelous.
That's the end of it.
I should turn on my mic so you guys can actually hear me. So, hi Karina, how are you? Hi everyone that's come in. Amy, what does Amy say? It looks like a person. Not convinced yet myself. I'll take a better look at it. Mama, anybody? What do you think, Mama? Just going off gut instinct, or you felt like you saw something. Whoa, Mama.
I mean, looking at it.
Some noise is coming from you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was like a train going by. That's what it felt like, brrr, like a rumble sound. All good now?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, so
I don't know. I don't know what to think, because kind of looking at it, you know, to me, I can kind of see a little bit of an outline. I would have to say like 2 people.
Okay.
Right.
But I mean, because you can see clearly where the arm is on the left side, and then you know, definitely can see like an arm going around a waist and another arm clearly, because it makes sense. But being out there like that particular spot, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible to get into that spot, but it's pretty rough down there. Like when you actually see it and you look at it. So, I mean, if there are 2 people down there, is that supposed to be the couple that was arguing under the bridge?
That's what
You
they're
know,
saying.
people talk about that all the time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm just not sure what to think about it. I definitely look forward to seeing more. Lady, I can't remember, Lady something in chat said that these people are planning on going out there. Lady J765. So they plan on, I guess, going out there this weekend to try to see if they can get pictures with somebody down there, just to be sure. I'd be really interested, honestly, to see it.
Yeah.
See how it develops, see how it looks. I'm not going to discredit the possibility, but I'm not going to say for sure absolutely right now until I see more. That's just my personal opinion about it.
But at the end of the day, it's really just a personal knowledge thing. It really contributes nothing to me, in my thoughts, to who the BG is. Like, what, even if it is a person, who cares?
Right, but it could contribute to who was helping and who was in that group. They might have been a lookout.
Well, I think that that's probably a given anyway, but you're right, I guess. Yeah. I mean, if he has a microphone to his mouth, I think it's already a given that he's communicating. I'm pretty sure he's not wearing it just to talk to himself. So I think it's just a given. So you're right, though. I mean, if it is a person, I guess it would, well, no, because this was supposed to be the people that were arguing. But I guess it could be, if they were arguing, then why would it be a lookout, though? If they were arguing, unless they were arguing over looking out, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know.
If it was after the murders, maybe somebody freaked out and somebody was trying to calm them down,
Like 3:45, and there's still going to be people sitting there that were part of a murder. If Derek German's and everyone's kind of coming along at 3:15. Would that make sense though? Would that make sense though? Hold on. Wasn't it more 2:45? You guys remind me in chat. Wasn't it more 2:45 that originally she said 3:45, but it was really 2:45?
Yeah.
It
I
was.
think
It
so.
wasn't 3:45. It was 2:45 because the girls, right? Wasn't it 2:45 if I'm correct, if I remember right?
I think you're right.
Yeah, because the girls, it was 2:30. She got to the bridge at about 2:30, 2:45-ish, that area. So it's not 3:45. I remember that she had said that by mistake and it was really 2:45. So yeah, because it wasn't too long after. Like it was only within about like about 20 minutes or so, 25 minutes, not even. But anyway, hey, this sound, Mama, there's
Yep.
something going on with your mic or something. Like, let me mute you for a second, see if it disappears. One sec.
Oh.
You heard it too, right, Deb?
Yeah, it sounded like a gerbil on a wheel. Going
A
around and
gerbil.
around.
Yeah. No. Yeah, Mama, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's there again. It's only when I unmuted you. I'm not sure what it is, Mama, but it's like it's almost like, if you lived above train tracks and a train's going over and it's like brrr. I'm sure we can just ask your husband and he'll say he hears it too. So I'm not really sure.
Richard?
You guys hear that noise, yeah? I
Yeah,
couldn't
I
be
did.
the only one.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah.
It's gone now. I don't
It's
hear
gone
it
right now, but when it happens, it's like so loud. So I'm not really sure if Mama, are you on your laptop and then you're holding it or moving it or anything? I don't know. Is Mama on mute? No, she's not. Oh, she is on mute. Mama, how come when I unmute it? Oh, it says can't unmute your guest. Their mic isn't connected. Mama. Oh, here, let me show her. Mama. Turn your mic on. Oh, she dropped. Yeah. Well,
I
anyway,
bet
it was
she's going to
definitely
try to come back in.
maybe it was whatever. I'm not sure if it's like she was moving her thing and it was creating that, or I don't know. Okay. Anyways, Sleuth was just on live with Marvelous Investigators, and he showed a better picture than that. This is from his. The picture that I just literally showed is literally from his video.
Yeah.
It literally is from his video. So
I have
it can't be
two
a better
really
picture
good
than that
pictures.
because that's literally a screenshot from his video. That's funny. Okay. Hold on a second. Share screen. Let me try this again. Okay. So yeah. So this legitly is his. This is from Sleuth's thing. I mean, like this is when he zoomed in. Like this is when he was zooming in. I mean, I can. Yeah. No. I'll bring it into my program on my iPad.
Yeah, just work with it. Use your magnifying glass. Let us know
Yeah,
what you think.
I will. But okay, like look right here. Can you see right here? You see right here?
Yeah.
Yep. I can totally make a face out of that if I wanted to.
Yeah, but
Like,
this is an entire body, and you can actually see denim or blue jeans. It's something. And it's not exactly what people think it is. See how at the top of the head it looks like there's a long billed hat? But block that off. I don't believe that is the head. I think that's a bar. I think that they are actually below it. And I'll send you the pictures that I have in that outline.
Yeah.
I can't get to them. I can't get to them right now. They're on my phone.
I just don't like it. I mean, I'm not used to this program on, like,
Yeah.
I'm not used to this program on this computer when I look at shit.
Yeah. I think it was funny too that Sleuth was saying something about somebody who works with graphics couldn't understand it. That's because Gray Hughes was on their show, like making all kinds of rude comments about it. So Sleuth was
I wasn't
dogging.
sure if he was meaning me or something or what. I was like, is he talking
No,
about
it
me?
wasn't you.
I'm not a pro with graphics. I just do the best I can, but the
Yeah,
pro.
no.
I mean,
He wasn't
I'm just-
talking about you because our show was after his.
uh,
Yeah, he was talking about Gray Hughes. I looked in the comments and Gray Hughes was making all kinds of, rude comments.
yeah, I don't like using the pro. I like using my one on my iPad. It's so much better on my iPad
Yeah.
than this program here. I'm just not
Right.
used to this one. The other one I'm used to using, I don't even overly try to use this one, to be honest, because I just couldn't be asked to learn another program. It's not even going
Yeah.
back. Hold on. Where's my undo shit? Whatever. Let's just go ahead.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just
No, I had no
typing.
I mean, yeah, I'll just have to take a look at it. I'm not going to say much about it right now. Each to their own, what they want to believe, regardless. It just seems like a very awkward position. That the way it looks, if it was a person,
It's
It
what
looks
I
like-
thought first too. I
it
thought
just-
it looked like somebody with a big head and block arms, but that's not what. But that part is actually not part of the person. They are actually below that, and you'll be able to see that when I send you the outline. There's Mama. She's back.
Yeah, I've been sitting back here for a minute.
Her husband. I was too busy looking at the other screen. Yeah. Your husband. He's like, I didn't hear anything. I'm like,
yeah.
But anyway,
I don't know. I just went out and came back in, so I guess it
Yeah.
fixed it.
Yeah, it sounds good now.
Good. Good.
Yeah, the rumbling's not there. I think that's just. Oh, is this a big word that I've never heard before? What the hell does this word mean? I think that's just pareidolia. Fuck me. What word is that?
That means like when you see a cloud and think it looks like something.
Okay, well, it's a new word to me. I'm still never used it in my life, but whatever. Learn something. I've never seen that word in my entire life. But remember how I was talking about clouds too?
Yeah.
So that would be my thoughts right now. Is that something that looks like something that probably isn't something? But I'm gonna look at it before I actually say my own opinion on that one. I want to do it properly. I'd rather, at least look and at least be open-minded to seeing if I actually truly do see something. Yeah. Who can we put at the bridge at the closest possible time? That would be the girls. That would be Cheyenne and her.
I can't stay away from you.
She's serenading us.
I think that's her husband giving her a, nudge. Randy said, I just cleared up the photo. Yeah. Do you want to send me it, Randy, at all? If there's a better cleared up version, I can easily show it if you want to send it to, if it's up to you. If you want to send it to delphimurders@gmail.com.
Hi, Randy.
Yeah.
We got Randy and Frank Meister in the chat.
Who's Frank Meister?
He's also a YouTuber, and he helped find this. He helped Randy clarify this picture. He was on with Marvelous and Randy. Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Yes, I'm sorry. I really don't. I have heard of Randy's name because of Greeno. I don't know the other person. So I apologize. I really don't know. I don't pay attention to a lot of channels. I know about 10 that I would say, and other ones that I might have heard of vaguely, but I really don't travel through the different channels, to be honest with you. It's kind of like Clutch. I've heard of them, maybe watched a video or two here and there. That's probably about it.
You're not a channel hopper.
Huh? What, Mama?
You're not a channel hopper, huh?
I used to, at the start, I was more so, but still I didn't, it's still the same people really for the most part. But I'm just not, I don't have the time. If honestly, if I did this full time, I would probably channel hop some, like I would probably check things out, but I just don't have the time, honestly. And
Right.
when I am in my downtime, I just prefer to look at pictures or people for connections. Then I'll watch a little bit of videos here and there, but honestly, they'll put me to sleep faster.
Yeah.
I get enjoyment out of looking at pictures and trying to find connections to people. But when I get bored of the connections, and I go back to pictures, and I kind of do that. And then and because I had heard about this picture one, and if Sleuth had it on and people want to see it, sure. I thought that one was interesting too, to remind people about the red hair, brown red hair, and about the sketches again. Frank Meister is an awesome guy. Thank you for your service, Frank Meister. Must obviously American. I think, is he referring to like the army or something, or just I don't know. Well, welcome Frank Meister. She and her friend DP and Fingers were there. And Fingers? Who's Fingers?
I think
Sheena?
it's Cheyenne's friend.
Cheryl?
Yeah, it must be a nickname.
Maybe. It looks like a man. Looks like a man duck. Looks like a man duck. Disabled Army veteran. I know you probably never heard of me either. I am Canadian, so excuse me for my ignorance on. I know you guys like thank each other for your service and stuff like that over there. So yeah, I'll thank you for your service, even though I'm Canadian. Is that okay? We don't have very many. We don't have very much. We got a plane. We got a boat, possibly. Actually, we have some of the best fighter pilots, probably. I think I heard. Don't really know. I think it looks like landscape, the cliff. I'm gonna agree with you, but that's for now up until I check it out myself. But that's what I'm thinking as well. But you never know. I mean, because 3:45 is not the timeline, but I believe that there was watchers. I absolutely do believe there was watchers. So
yeah,
and then
she took the picture. She took the picture at, I think they said 2:40, and then uploaded it at 3:45.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he sent it on Facebook. Is this his? Let's see here. Randy sent a photo. Okay, wait, hide. Image sent in message requests are covered. Click to see blurred image. Okay. Okay, click to see blurred image. Oh, that's really small. That's really tiny. Okay, that's really tiny. I'm going to have to send this to my iPad, but not right now. But that's really tiny. If I try to show you guys that, it's only like 146 by 208. The image. But if I try to show you though, it's gonna distort it it's gonna totally pixelize. But one second, I'm just gonna copy it or save it to my computer first. Oh, let's see here. Okay, let me download it first. And let's look at this one here. Okay. Yeah, it's very tiny. But yeah, let's take a look here. Yeah, it's starting to look more, like, you know, because, you know, you see pictures better when they're smaller, to be honest with you. Like, meaning, you know, it's kind of like taking the BG's face, and then when you put it out more, you can see more of the image of it, and when you pull it closer, it's more, of course, pixelated.
Right.
Okay, let me just download this. Again, I do everything on my iPad, not my poor little sucker program here. But anyway, let's just see. What do I have up in StreamYard? Okay. Oh yeah, okay. I got my thing open, I guess. 1 second here. So, where's the little bitty baby go? Oh no, I went to downloads. Sorry. I need to go to downloads. Downloads.
Jesus fucking
What? Mama. I've never heard such words.
What?
What? Never heard such words. Were you cursing?
Huh?
Were you cursing over there?
I say nothing.
Right.
Nothing.
Innocent, right?
I say nothing. Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
Nothing.
Nothing. Where am I? That's downloads. See, like, okay, wait. Am I sharing still? Oh my God, where am I? Can't find myself. Hold on. Am I still sharing? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sonny, I sent you a message with a link to a video. Don't overwhelm me. I get stressed if I get overwhelmed. They're going to look around. People are like, sent you a message, I knew this, sent you that. Yeah. Sonny, I sent you a message with a link to a video. Okay. Randy, is your video?
Randy said they did a video and cleared up the picture, a video tonight. And I was asking what channel it was on.
That sounds more like it. Uploaded them at 3:45. Sorry, say that again. Sorry, Deb.
Randy said that they did a second video and someone cleared the picture up even more. I just asked him, was it on Marvelous's channel or whose? And he says, yes, it is. So.
Okay.
Let's take a look at that.
Well, it really kind of sucks because I don't really know how to resize on this program and shit like that. It's like I said, I don't really use this program too often. I just more or less show it to show shit like this. But let me close off some of these suckers. My goodness. How many pictures do I got open here? Don't save. 1 second. I know I lost my damn picture. Oh well, I'll just bring them in again. Yeah. Sorry, telling me I have them. Oh, well, it's right here actually. Anyway, no, that's not the one. That's mine, isn't it? Oh, shut up! Don't save. Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of at a loss because I just, like, honestly, I just don't know this program and to resize it or whatever. Yeah, you know what I'll do? Next live, I'll freaking bring it to my iPad, do it in my program there, and then use it in my program and see what my program shows me in the different filters and stuff like that too. Just see what I make out of it. I can't get this out of my head. I'm so sorry, but it just reminds me every time I look at it. It just looks like those freaking little people that you stick together that have the muscle arms and this arm. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but
every time I keep looking at it because it looks like rocks, but it looks like if you were to take and put the body pieces together is how it's coming across to me right now. And it's hard to unsee it at the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to look at it in a little format And well, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother right now with it because I know I know I didn't realize the image was gonna come in this small, but yet it's the best way to see it. Especially when you're looking through like magnifying glass or or a program or whatever like that. Oh, sure, you can come on if you like. Sorry, I was in a different screen. Do you want to, and you can share, is that what you're talking about, Randy? I can invite, copy, paste. Okay. You can come on there, Randy, if you want to show it your way, or take that off there, unless you want me to bring that back up. But yeah, okay. No dick rolling me either. No. Because remember, there was a Randy Gravitt that did that shit too.
Yeah,
Let me make sure. Okay, wait, I'm not seeing. I'm gonna protect myself first. Hold on. I'm ready for you, bitches. Let's go. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna put this up first, just in case.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Okay, this year I'll take
It's
this out.
Randy.
The real person.
Okay, so are you gonna share yours thing?
Yeah. Let me. Now, if you put that picture back up again, I can tell you where certain things are in that picture. If you put that picture back up.
Sure. Okay. So.
There you go.
So hold on. Let me go back to StreamYard for a second here, and let me get rid of us. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Okay, zoom in a little bit bigger.
Yeah. Okay, let me go back to that. Okay. Is this too big or too small?
No, now zoom in the picture. Okay, keep on zooming in the picture.
Okay.
Stop right there. All right, now, drag your arrow until I tell you to stop. Your
upwards or which way?
Upwards. Keep going. Keep going.
I'm off the screen now.
No, you're still on the screen. Okay, stop. Move over to your left.
My left. Okay.
Your left. Little.
Can you still see my mouse?
I can see your mouse. Keep on going to the left. Okay, now go down some. Just go down. Go down. Don't move anymore. Just go down. You moved over too far. Go back to the right. To your right. Whoa.
Okay.
Okay. That's his leg. Okay. That's his left leg.
Okay.
Right leg. That's his left leg's over where you got your pointer. That's his left leg. And then you had it on his right leg. Now, if you go up where you see the tan color, that would be his. You go up. Go straight up. Till I tell you stop. Stop. That's his arm and hand. And that's his head.
Oh, you know what? I think I think that it must be showing differently when I'm using my mouse. Let me just drop this down a little.
Okay.
I got this as his arm, I think. Is this right?
All right. No, you're above the picture, way above the picture. Okay. That's his arm right there in hand. Okay. And then up a little and you get to his head.
Right here, right?
That's his arm and hand. Now go up some.
I think it's looking different to you, Randy, for some reason. Because
that's his head. That's his head.
Yeah.
And his arms below that and hand. And then you got left leg, and the right leg. So his right arm is like this, like holding something right here where his nose and mouth is.
Okay.
So that's where he's holding something in his right hand in front of his nose and mouth.
Hey, Sonny, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
It's Frank. Hey, Frank. It's Frank.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Sonny.
Nice to see you too. Thank you.
Yeah, Sleuth cleaned it up and he added color to it, and once he gets it finished, he's going to try to clean it up more. But he's almost 100% positive it's a person down there.
Well, Gene Williams got it more clear. So, and we showed that in that video tonight on Marvis Marvelin video. So it does once, if you saw hers, on hers, you can see this part of the arm has a jacket on, a sleeve, and then his hand, you can see he's holding up something right about here.
Okay.
And
he's got he's got jeans on, he's got a blue jacket on,
and then black boots.
And we can't tell if he's got a hood sweatshirt on or if it's a ball cap.
Okay.
I think it's a ball cap.
So this would be at the south end of the bridge.
No, that's the north end.
That's what I thought. It's the north end, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Cheyenne is pointing toward the north end, taking pictures.
So where she's taking that photo is where Libby was taking a photo of Abby at that point.
Toward the north end, taking pictures.
So
I thought
Somebody's got some feedback.
It's me, guys. Hold on. I got
you got your TV going.
Yes, I do. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, now what me and Randy did, we went back 5 years and pulled every picture statement, every newscast, everything, and we were trying to find inconsistencies with everything. We found some stuff from Cheyenne. She stated she arrived at the bridge at 2:50. Then she left, and when she got to her car, she uploaded all the pictures at 3:45. I've got the original picture on my end that shows the timestamp of when she uploaded the photo.
You have the timestamp of when she uploaded the photo?
Yes.
The south side.
Yeah. So that's, I'm confused. Sorry. So I seen someone say south side, and then
yeah, the only thing, it's the one she loaded up was on the south side. This one, this is the first time I ever seen she took a picture of the north end like this, and I was looking if there was any clothes or anything like they're supposed to be floating in the creek, like we said at the time, but there wasn't. And this is where I found this person sitting underneath the bridge, and we're wondering how long he's been there.
So you think this is one person that's right here?
Yeah, that's one person.
Yes.
Yeah, we too.
Yeah, it's one person there.
Okay, so you don't believe it's the arguing couple?
No.
No. Okay.
Because I was looking to see if they said like the flannel shirt guy says the killer walked past him, but okay, if he walked past him, Cheyenne and her friend would have walked past the killer also. And she took the picture just right. There's no one coming out of the woods when she took that photo.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because you're right. Because if FSG saw the BG, then obviously Cheyenne would have walked past the person as well, is what you're saying.
As well. Yes.
But that's if he left that way.
Yeah, to me and the homicide detective I talked to agrees that he would have to get out there as quick as possible, like through the cemetery area. And if what he did to the girls, the killers does not want them to know what they did. He just wanted to disappear real fast.
So what we're thinking here, this might have been a lookout that was under the bridge.
Right. I definitely believe whether or not you believe who my BG is or not doesn't make a difference. Because for me, I don't care about that part. It's more about this story, or figuring out kind of like how it played. And I figure, to me, I've always seen the microphone and headphone, especially because, like I said, I've probably looked at about 50,000 pictures, but let alone the ISP one clearly shows at least the headphones. You can see that. Go ahead.
We have discussed that maybe a couple people had walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
We have discussed that.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had a brain fart. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. We talk about walkie-talkies and watchers and
Yeah.
Basically.
So the two people that we're talking about, their timeline is way off.
Yeah,
because according to Sheriff Lesby and the coroner, everything was over and done with by 3:30, which was impossible.
Right, which we've seen that text out there.
And if Cheyenne was on the bridge around 3 o'clock, 3:15, she would have seen BW driving up the private drive.
Is that something Weber?
Brad Weber, yes.
Brad Weber?
Yes. And another thing that some other information that I got today, you know how they took Tony Klein's dog and Chadwell's dog?
Correct.
Brad had a dog too.
Okay.
And who else would know that Kay was not home? Who would know that Ron Logan wasn't home? There's only a handful of people that know that.
And who would know the camera wasn't working?
Okay, so let me ask you. So what is it about the Webers that you're trying to connect to?
They're relatives to DM squared. They're cousins.
Can you just say names?
Dave
and Dan McCain.
Yes.
Oh, Dave and Dad McCain. Okay.
They're cousins with the Weavers.
Okay. Is that how you say it? Weavers or Webbers or Weavers?
Webbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Weavers, Webbles, but so do you think that the Weber house was at all used in any of this, or barn or shed or?
No, I don't think that the shack thing is just out of the question. The shack thing is out of the question because what we figured is this person knew about the whole property, knew the whole layout, and they knew exactly where they were taking the girls because they knew that nobody could see around that bend. This is what we're thinking.
Okay, yeah.
And then, go ahead, Randy.
The guy underneath the bridge can obviously see clear across, see what the girls were doing, which way they would be running to, and he would have saw just in case. He would have had to stop them, but the question is how long he was sitting there all that time.
Okay, so just from the start, in a sense, what is your like? I haven't not watched either of you. Sorry. I've heard your name, Randy, but I have not watched either. So what is your guys's theory or what you think happened that day? And the reason why? Do you have
greed, power, and money?
Yeah. Drugs?
No.
No, you don't think drugs? Okay.
Nope, not at all.
Unless it comes up in court, if that was one of the reasons. But right now, we just don't know. But at the beginning, people were hungry for buying up land for some reason.
Okay, so you're kind of going, with the whole land thing, and that they wanted the land. So you think that Libby and Abby were killed? Like, I can't connect this one.
Okay, let's put it this way. Me and Randy have been doing a history of Delphi. Okay. The Bombs, the McCains, and the Ballers are the first settlers into Delphi. Okay. So the McCains married into the Bomb family, which were the ones that were buying up all the land at the time back in the mid 1800s. So legally, that would become a McCain's property, and he knew this, and we believe that they were trying to set up Ron Logan because they knew if he was in jail, he would lose his house on the reverse mortgage.
Okay.
And we're still trying to figure out how they got lured to the trails.
Right. That one is That that's the brain number one.
Right. And like everybody keeps talking about is this Anthony Schatz account. Well, yeah, they've tied Keegan Kline to the Anthony Schatz, but authorities have not specifically said what day he had contact with Libby. We don't know if it was that day, the day before, if it was 3 days before, or if it was a week before. They have not told us that. So we cannot say that he was in contact with her on that day.
Right.
So
we just know that Kelsey German had messaged him on the 13th. That I know.
I think that she got a message from Anthony Schatz too. I'm starting to think that.
Well, I'm not sure because, like, I had asked Becky why, because I noticed that people were making whatever of it about the Kelsey German thing for the 13th. She said that she had seen that like a message had been messaged to her. Can't say what date. She didn't say what date. She just said that a message, and she had basically messaged the person back and with other people as well, saying, "Have you talked to my sister or whatever?" Or whatever she would have said. But but it was obviously a message that she had seen that account had been messaging or message. So she had seen it, I guess, and whatever day it was on, and then messaged back just along with other people going, "Have you seen Abby and whatever," or something like that? Like, do you know where the whereabouts? They're missing. Whatever she would have said.
Right.
But yeah, because I was curious about that.
And according to the Murder Sheets show video, and according to Keegan Kline, he was, according to police, the very last person, or his account was the last person to communicate with her. Now, we don't know, was it that day or a couple days before, but I have to think it's that day because kids are on their phone every minute of every day.
I would think so too. I would have to agree with that, just for the fact that if Kelsey's answering back a message, or is what, maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way it came across, was that she obviously noticed that this account had messaged her, or maybe not. Maybe she just was going down the Snapchat. I don't know, but maybe there was like a message there and she saw it.
Yeah, but see, the way we're looking at it is that Tony or Keegan would have not have made it out to those trails in that amount of time, because it only take 5 minutes for the girls, Kelsey, to drop the girls off from grandma's house at the trail.
Yeah,
but how do we know? How do we know that he wasn't, already in that area?
The pings from their phones.
The pings from Anthony's.
Yes, from the phone. Yeah, they would have known. And if you've watched the video close enough with Keegan Kline, he's pretty much like shocked that he's being accused of being the last person to have contact with her. Like, he's like, what? Like, he didn't really see. And I'm looking at it this way. The authorities are using this pedophile ring to lure out more pedophiles. Because if you've been following the news here in Indiana, they have been arresting people left and right here lately since that ESA that came out at 10 o'clock at night that Monday. They've been arresting people like crazy from the Anthony Schatz account. And now there's a new Anthony Schatz account that was just created. I've got a picture of it.
That it was just created recently, like
last month or two. Yes,
right. Yeah,
he changed his name up a little bit, so somebody's copycatting is what it looks like.
Wouldn't shock me if it was Julian Powell, to be honest.
And it's the same photo, everything.
Yeah.
So it's a cat and mouse game. What the police are doing, they're playing a cat and mouse game.
I mean, obviously, your theory is quite different than mine, obviously.
Oh, I've watched a few years, and I've watched the thing about Duncan Kirks and all that, and King and
Derek Kurtz and King and Dunker and Derek Kurtz. Yeah.
I was kind of intrigued about what you did with Duncan Kirks. The picture you did with BG.
Keegan Dunker, Keegan Dunker.
Yeah, Keegan Dunker. That's it. I can't keep all these names straight.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I watched that, and it was pretty interesting.
Sorry, which part are you referring to?
When you took BG and was comparing it with Keegan Dunker. His facial structures and all that stuff.
For me, it's still going to be about the markings first and foremost. But again, regardless of what anyone thinks, whether it's your path, my path, whatever, at the end of the day, it's just, and everyone just wants justice. However the story unfolds, it will unfold, hopefully. Because at the end of the day, everyone just wants justice. So all we can do is have our thoughts, send our information in if we have to share it, and let it play out when it's time.
You know, the way I look at it, we're all should be working as a team.
Hopefully this be the new clue that the police are missing and get the right answers now to finish this case up.
Well, I was gonna say, so when you say that, Frank, this at the start, like I said, you know, when I was oblivious to the true crime and how people I kind of felt were, which was kind of ignorant, I thought actually, it was almost like I was just a nothing. People just ignored me or were rude, and I was just like, well, fuck everybody. I'm just gonna go off on my own and do my own thing then. But so when you say about people working together, yes, but that's not anything that I ever came close to, because everyone is still stuck on their own stories. So like for me, if I take some information, even if I don't agree with your path, type of thing, even if I take some knowledge of some information out of that, like perhaps this is somebody that is a watcher. So perhaps there is somebody that we know was watching. You know, I mean, I've said it, but not that I had some actual person, like, I didn't have no picture or nothing. So let's just say I take some information and knowledge out of what you've said today, regardless. To me, that's helping each other. Even if I don't agree with your path or you don't agree with mine, you know, there's certain things, like I said, that might pique my interest in everybody. And it's just a matter of being nice to people.
That's the only thing. It's the only thing you can do. I mean, everybody has a right to their opinions. You can be pissed off about it all you want, but you know what? At the end of the day, you have that right to have your opinion.
As long as it's said in a decent way.
Exactly right.
And that's the bottom line of it. I don't put up with that shit. I don't need it. I'm not sitting here trying to gain anything out of this besides caring about the girls. So like I said, if somebody's going to come at me hard, like ignorantly, then you're either going to get the boot or you're going to get my mouth coming back at you, just because I feel like it, maybe perhaps. But at the end of the day, it was because it just seemed like Gray Hughes was an absolute dick.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
oh, yes.
And I'm sorry to say this, but Greeno just basically smiled and was like, yeah, send it all to my, he totally ignored it. He totally ignored me even emailing him that night that he said to. And so, and then it just became about different things right after that. And I just thought, wow, I thought this was supposed to be about a caring community, helping each other. I guess not. And then I just kind of stayed to myself, to be honest with you. And then I popped my head out the one time, of course, to, you know, basically talk about Greeno there. But other than that, I kind of just kept my head in my hole and, you know, didn't ask nobody for really anything and just kept plunking along to show my information. And yeah, and then, you know, go ahead.
I have one person I want to question so bad, and that's Shane Evans.
Mr. Little Beady Eyes there.
Well, the reason why I'd like to question him myself, because the city council ordered him to document his movements every day as mayor. And on the 13th, there's no documentation. He shows up at the search time at 8:30 at night, and his excuse was, well, nobody notified me. Come on, dude, you're the top cop of Delphi. You show up at all the other crime scenes, the fires or ambulance runs and everything else, but you show up at the search at 8:30 at night. Come on, dude. What's going on here?
Right. I don't know him, but I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I don't trust him. So for me, I'm just I'm built on instantly judging people to what they are. And with him, I just get bad vibes.
Me and Marv were instructed to keep our mouth shut about Shane Evans.
Yeah. By
I can't go there.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Sonny. I'm gonna hop off for a little bit, and then I will maybe come back on. Okay.
Okay, Deb. Thank you.
All right. Bye, guys. You're doing a great job. Everybody.
Bye, Deb.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just don't trust the guy as far as I can throw him.
You got powerful hands there in Delphi. You got the McCain brothers, and how coincidental their relative is made police chief of Delphi. I mean, think about it. You got Dave McCann's the president of the Deer Creek Trustees Board, and then you got Dan McCann, who is the president of the Wabash Erie Canal Board. There's three powerful hands right there. They can cover up anything they want.
I mean, thinking about it, like the way you guys are talking about it, kind of reminds me of the Hatfield and the McCoys.
Oh, somebody said that to us before.
You know,
Say it again,
like,
Mama.
the way that the description is, and as far as like the land and all that stuff. Have you ever heard of the Hatfield and McCoys?
I'm related to the Hatfield.
Are you?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sonny, have you ever heard of that story about the Hatfield and the McCoys?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
My goodness. It's a crazy, crazy story.
The hot.
Check it out sometime.
And this is what me and Randy had talked about before. You know how the governor gave the trail system $1.4 million to improve the trails and the bridge and everything. Yeah. Not a penny of that money was spent on that.
No, and I also find it very interesting because Sonny and I talked about this before. We were going through the paper, the county, the comment.
Yeah.
Talking about, and they were talking about how they were wanting to, the Board of Commissioners was wanting to get a hold of that land over there to start placing some sort of a complex on there, either for drug rehabilitation or jail or something like that. But they were talking about constructing it on the land that the girls were found on here just recently.
Dan McCann is not going to let that happen because we uncovered that used to be the old gravel pit back in the 1800s where they used to gold pan at. And there's artifacts there because that's where the first settlers were at right there.
They had some historical.
Yes.
questions.
Yes. And if they didn't spend the money on the improvements, where'd that money go? And then they were turning around asking the city council for grants and they kept getting denied. There's your motive right there. Well, if you're not going to give us the money.
Yeah, but this was just recently. This was in the comment about the time that Ron Logan had passed away.
Yeah, it was about a few days after, I think it was, Mama.
Yeah, it was in there then where they were discussing development for this land again.
Do you guys know that Dave McCann owns all the property there all the way up to Ron Logan's property and the Weaver property?
No.
He owns all that.
Okay.
And we believe he also bought the old CPS property too.
Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what would murdering these girls, like what's the connection there for murdering?
If the girls were found dead on the property, which they were wanting to make into trails, that's the perfect way to get money to improve safety for the trails.
Right. Because they were supposed to put in cameras and
lighting and all. You're right.
And the only thing that they've done so far is like the revitalization of the actual trail coming in from the Freedom Bridge.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
Up. And it took them quite a while, honestly, to get that completed. Because my husband and I had went out there when they had first initially started doing that revitalization of that area. And then we just recently went back out there in January as well.
There is a gold mine right there on Ron Logan's property where the girls were found. Because if you go over that lip where they say they might have climbed over, it goes down in a ravine. The ravine is the old gravel pit.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. So we traipsed all over that land there. I'm talking about all over it. It was crazy.
And I got Christopher Moore. I have a feeling he's tied into this because if you guys ever,
that's the archaeologist, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. We found that he believed in the Krampus. I don't know if you know what the Krampus is.
I do know what the Krampus is. Do you know what the Krampus is, Sonny?
It's a Christmas devil.
Yeah. When children are bad on Christmas, Krampus basically, instead of Santa Claus coming to deal with the children, he comes there and deals with the children.
And he believed in birchwood. He used a birchwood broom to punish and torture the children to send them to hell. Okay.
Right.
Now, how convenient that they find Libby, her top gone, but her pants on, but she's covered up with birchwood leaves and twigs. That's not a coincidence.
Right.
The whole area is birchwood.
And I know that they had talked about the geocaching
Yep.
connection between that gentleman and Kelsey at one point. My understanding.
Dave McCann and all of them were involved with geocaching. All of them were.
Got you.
And we believe that Christopher Moore had like a crush or something on Kelsey at one point in time.
Yes.
You would have to go back and watch our video that we did, and we
Who had a
explained
crush?
everything.
Chris Moore
Christopher Moore, yes.
had a crush on Kelsey.
Yes.
So just
Randy can explain that more. He knows more about that.
Randy and Frank, are you both from Indiana, first of all?
Yes.
I'm from Indiana. I'm about 15 minutes away from Delphi.
I'm from Greenwood, Indiana, about an hour and
Okay.
40 minutes from Delphi.
Well, I'm from Anderson, Indiana, and I'm about an hour and 45 minutes from Delphi.
Vancouver, Canada. Just
so.
You're our North American friends up there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm a little outcast over here.
Hey, you speak English. It's all that matters.
Yeah. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Go ahead, Randy.
Okay. Christopher Moore seems like he followed Kelsey every time she finds the geocaching items out there.
Right.
So he seems he keeps following her every single where he goes. He looks it up, see if she be out there, so to catch her.
Right, because I heard that if you're a premium user, you're able to see what other geocachers are doing and where they're going and where they're mapping.
Yeah.
But if you're not a premium user, you don't have the access to that in-depth
Yes, correct.
content.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And he carried around what was basically like a dog tag. It had trials on it.
Right.
It had the Krampus symbol on it, and he had a geocaching ball on it. And his geocaching account was called Archeo Krampus. That's what he named his account. So I had to backtrack and verify that everything connected together. And sure enough, it led right back to Christopher Moore. And I'm like, dude, if he had a crush on her, and he just got divorced in 2015. And I saw a picture of his wife, and she has dark hair. And I do see a resemblance between her and Kelsey.
Okay. So what would be the motive to attack Abby and Libby as far as Kelsey's concerned?
That's one thing we're trying to figure out. We don't know if Kelsey disappointed him and not showed up, and he thought she might have been there, and it was just Libby. I'm starting to think that Abby was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Well,
I believe that.
I can agree nothing more that Abby was definitely collateral damage in this.
Yeah, that's basically what we're thinking too.
Situation.
Right. And it's so funny, when all this took place, the 13th and 14th, Christopher Moore went dark on every social media site. And he's not been out there since.
Right. Didn't he have funding for some sort of a project that he was supposed to be working on over there? Whatever happened with that? Did he complete the project?
I think he still has more to do, but now what's going on, it's probably shut down.
I watched a video here like a week ago with Christopher Moore, and it was back in 2018, and they were still out at Baum's Landing doing some more dig, and he said this would be the last year we're going to be out here.
Gotcha.
How convenient.
Right.
See, I personally don't know anything about this stuff, so I'm just letting you guys all talk because I don't know shit about it.
That's all right.
Just saying.
So
it should be. Remember all that Reddit thread stuff that I sent you, Sunny? Like where I sent you a whole bunch of stuff. If you read through it, you'll come to this section where it speaks about this particular lingo of info and all that stuff. Yeah. I spent a lot of time combing through things, just gathering information and things like that.
See, I don't do Reddit. What we were doing was we were doing the history of Delphi first, me and Randy were.
Yeah.
And then Marvelous sent me a text. She said, I need you to watch these videos. I started watching the first video, and I was like, man, I'm not going to sit here and watch something about ghosts and goblins and devils and all that shit. And so I go to the next video and see what my intentions was trying to find a map of the area.
Right.
And it was True Crime Jesus's video.
Right.
And I got in contact with him and asked him if we can use clips out of his stuff because it was just common courtesy because nobody had covered any of the stuff that he released over 3 years ago.
Right.
So we took it upon ourselves and backtracked and did everything with his videos. And I was just like, the map. And then, so what I did is I called the United States Department of Interior. They have a surveying department, and I talked to somebody. And he led me to a website to where I could pull maps. And sure enough, the map verified that he had on his podcast. So what I did from there, I was like, I want an updated map of the area. And they had one for 2019. And I compared the two maps, and I was like, I'll be damned. The fucking gravel pit falls right on Ronald Logan's property. So that was an indication all three of them people had something that was worth something to them.
Yeah.
Property, and for Christopher Moore, antiques, historical finds from the 1800s, and all that stuff.
Right.
They were all going to gain something from it. So we believe that the McCains wanted the property back because it was in the family name for so long. Because Ron Logan bought the property from his ex-wife. She owned the property at one time.
Yes.
So.
Who owned the property, sorry?
Ron Logan's ex-wife.
Ah, okay.
Clooney or whatever her name is. I can't remember her name.
I've seen it.
She's still alive.
Yeah, she lives. I remember looking him up, and is she in Lafayette or she's somewhere? I know she's somewhere.
Yeah, she's like 20 minutes away or something from Delphi.
Does Ron Logan have a grandson?
I think so.
Like I know he had a stepson that died and passed away.
Yes, and he also has the elder son that's still alive. He's the one taking care of the property now.
Oh wait, is this a biological son?
Yes.
Okay, that's okay. I do well, only because on Intellius, honestly, it only shows him and his wife, and I'm like, where's the other freaking relatives there?
There's been interviews. There was an interview with Ron Logan, and his son was with him. A newscaster did an interview when Ron Logan was basically in tears.
Is that the one who Miss Fucking Wonderful? That one?
I'm not really sure, but his eldest son was with him when they were talking to newscasters at the crime scene.
Oh, okay, that's different then. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's the one where he went down and was taking the newscaster there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
What do you
But we believe that Ron Logan was lured from his property.
I think so. It makes sense.
Yeah, because like Randy has said, when you stand at Ron Logan's kitchen window, big bay window, he could see right down on his property. And if somebody was on his property, he would go and confront him or call the police immediately. Because he didn't like people being on his property. He was just a private person.
This one came to one time he ran into one of the people who was coming to my walks, and he yelled at them, "Make sure you don't go on my property." So he's very protective of his property all times.
Yeah. Can we just clear something up? 1 second. Can we clear something up? I have never heard that Ron Logan was murdered or had a heart attack. I heard that he died of COVID.
He died of COVID. Yeah.
Sheila, that's how rumors get that twisted and wrong.
Yeah, he died of COVID.
Yeah, he died of COVID. And nobody knew he was in the hospital. That was the other thing. Nobody knew he was in the hospital.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up because people are all of a sudden going, Sheila, what? But no, okay.
And if our theory is right and he was lured away from his property, whoever lured him away knew that if he got caught because he wasn't supposed to be driving, he wasn't supposed to be drinking. If he got caught, they knew he was going to prison. So that would leave the property wide open for somebody to buy or whatever because of the reverse mortgage.
I was going to say, so explain that one to me. So he had a reverse mortgage, and what happens to the property, you said?
If he has a reverse mortgage, he has to live on the property.
Okay.
And if you're in prison, you can't live on the property.
Right.
So basically, the plan backfired on him because the judge had to change her heart. Judge Fouts had to change her heart and said, "Hey, you'll lose your property. We're going to sentence you to 4 years of house arrest."
Right.
That's exactly what happened.
His son went to court with him and pled for him to be there to take care of the animals.
Right.
And people were talking about how obscure it is for somebody to go in front of a judge, not only file a sentence modification, but be granted a sentence modification for something like taking care of, his property and his animals.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been digging deep into every piece of information that we can come across, and there's a lot of stuff that people don't talk about.
And so
Indeed, there is.
Because
there's a lot of it.
Because we know between the flannel shirt guy and Cheyenne, somewhere in between, the timeline is wrong.
Right.
That's where.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And for Lesby and the coroner say that everything is over by 3:30, we knew that was wrong because if Cheyenne was
wrong. Yeah.
If Cheyenne was on the bridge around 3 o'clock, there was no way she would have heard something, seen something, or unless she did and just not saying something.
Well, that's what you said. The murder was over at 2:30, 2:20 to 2:30, and the murder would have been over by then.
Okay, so 2:07 it's uploaded. 2:07 the picture's uploaded, and then what was the time frame again for
2:07 Abby's picture was uploaded to Snapchat, and then 2:13 is when Libby started videotaping BG.
Right, and it was 43 seconds long.
There's more than that.
Well, yeah, there's more than that. Yeah.
So by 2:20, 2:30, the girls were already gone. So that gives him plenty of time to get out of that area.
Okay, so what about the staging part? Do you believe in any of that?
No. No. He didn't have enough time for that.
He wanted to get out of there, and especially doing that daylight. No, he didn't want to get caught by anybody.
And we also believe that the audio was altered. I was a radio broadcaster for 4 years, and I learned how to edit tapes and all that and splice tapes together. Because if you're the original audio, it was garbled, but you couldn't hear him say down the hill. And then 2 years later, when they came out with the second audio, it comes out with guys. Then you got a 3-second pause, and then he goes down the hill.
Right.
That's an indication that they had interviewed somebody, took their voice, and added it into the tape and edited a part of the tape out.
Hey,
so there was
can I ask something really quick? Hey guys, I'm Adam, by the way.
Hey Adam, what's going on?
I've always noticed it with the audio. I mean, if you're taking a video from 70 feet away, you're not going to have that level of audio.
No, not at all.
So I mean, clearly it was edited just even to get the clarity of the audio, and then I think they definitely spliced things out. So I think you're 100% right there.
Can you say it again, Adam? Because obviously the video wasn't taken; it was taken when he was a lot closer.
No, he was 70 feet away when the video was taken.
Right.
Well, when the video was taken, but not the speaking.
Yeah, the speaking isn't on the video clearly, but still, I mean, even if you're outside, like you're not gonna have that clear of audio.
No.
It's like almost he has to be real on top of where Libby and Adam was standing.
And she would not have had her phone out that obviously then.
So we do believe that her phone was in her pocket because that's why it was all garbled the first part of the audio when they first came out. So we believe that her phone was in her pocket.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe the stuff like that people theorize about the stuff they say in between, like he's got a gun or whatever
Well, I've heard that there's a possibility that somebody heard a gun cocking, but I've never heard that.
Yeah, and I've heard that rumor, but there's rumors that people that they edited out, like the gargling, which they say is the leaves rustling, is actually like Abby saying he's got a gun.
Rustling and the rocks on the south side of that bridge.
Right.
Yes, that would be pretty much true. You can see that.
Which that makes sense to me, but I know that some people do think that that they edited out the girl saying something in between there.
And the other thing, I think the killer did slide down the hill. He tumbled down the side of the hill, and that gave
the girls a little bit of time to try to get away.
Yeah.
but it didn't work. And we also believe, when they said the next day when you had somebody on the radio saying we found undergarments in a shoe under the bridge, that's a complete lie, because the next thing you know, they found the phone in one of her shoes right there off the Weaver property on the side of the hill.
Okay, so can I ask a question here?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Becky didn't answer me. She said she didn't know, but I'm not really buying this one. I asked her if she knew where the shoe was found when the person yelled up to Kelsey that the Nike shoe was found.
Yeah.
Where do you guys believe that the shoe was found?
Right off. Go ahead, Randy.
It was closer to you get a couple of things that people said. Well, they found the shoe and the phone on the private driveway. And when Frank Master, I told him, I said, if VW was coming on that private drive, he would have saw that when he came home. So somewhere close to the creek, the phone and Libby's shoe was in that facility on Kay Weber's property.
Okay, the phone and the shoe you feel was on Kate Weber's property?
Yes.
Yes, that's where it was, somewhere close to the creek. So
But-
she missed to drop the phone, and she ran out one of her shoes, so across the creek with one wet socks and one shoe going across the creek. So
let me throw this out there. If a person, say, contacted me, which she did, and said that she had worked on the case back in 2019, because it was one of those things that you want to call it coincidence, call it fate, whatever. Basically, the Holman would have asked. So if,
Sergeant Holman.
Holman or Holcomb,
Yeah,
whichever guy said was the
Holman.
lead investigator.
Yeah, Sergeant Holman.
Okay, so if he would have asked of her, different things, but two things that she had said to me was, how did they enter and exit? That seemed to be the most. She said that seemed to be the most important thing that was asked. But the other thing is that they wanted to know how the bodies were moved.
They weren't moved.
no, they it'd be kind of hard for somebody to move those bodies after him killing the two girls. So you would have to have like 6 or 7 people to just move Libby's body and come back with it in the same spot, and maybe two people carrying Abby's body. But that would be awfully stupid being catched by the searchers.
And you're wasting too much time doing that in the same sense. If you're wanting to do what you got to do and get the hell out of there, you're not going to take the time to move the girls' bodies. Any common sense criminal would do what they got to do and get the hell out of there, not worry about what the girls. Go ahead.
You would think.
Right. Yeah, but you do have stupid criminals. You know what I mean? And then there's a rumor going around about how Abby was incapacitated and she woke up and tried to crawl away to go get help, and she was the coup de grace kill.
And neither of her injuries would have allowed her to live.
Right.
She wouldn't be able to make
If
it
the
up
rumors
that-
are right.
Yeah, she wouldn't be able to make up that hill where Ron was standing. You can tell it's so steep. She wouldn't be able to make it.
No, either one of her stab wounds would have killed her in a minute.
Somebody just asked me a question about what the time was with the kill. No, it was probably within 15 to 20 minutes. The girls were gone.
Yeah. Like I said, 2:20, 2:30 is when the girls were no longer around and stuff. So
you see questions there that you want to answer, go right ahead.
Yeah, I see. They popped up on the screen and I didn't get her name.
Oh, is this the one where about the 45-minute thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Jane.
Yeah, Jane. There we go.
Yeah.
They were dead within 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, we pulled every text that was put out there from the families, from Cheyenne, the whole works. We went through everything with a fine-tooth comb.
And like with this photo you got up, that's Cheyenne's photo, the full length of that day of the North End she took. So if you span that out, because I was looking for items in the creek down below, seeing if there was a killer still there in that area, and that's when I saw this person underneath the bridge. And we were always wondering, okay, how long this person's been sitting there.
And how the hell did Ellie not catch that?
Yeah.
So you think that the person's sitting or standing?
Sitting.
He's sitting. He's sitting.
Okay, so you think it's kind of like the legs go like this?
Like
you
cross.
Know,
you know how you're sitting on
like almost like you're crossed with your arms and your legs are.
Yes.
Yeah. Because that is at an angle of the hill. So
basically, like his legs are close to his knee, his chest, like he was sitting.
I get what you're like. Meaning, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah.
As I'm looking on my iPad.
Let me find a picture. I had a picture earlier.
I'm planning to go up for the walk on the 28th of March, and me and Randy and Marvin and all of us have already talked. We want to recreate what we saw in this picture.
Okay. And just to confirm for anyone else that's coming in here, so you're saying that this picture is on the north side?
Yes, that's the north end of the bridge.
Okay.
So here's what it is, Sonny. Let me send it to you. That's what it looks like. Okay, underneath, and he'd be sitting at an angle underneath the bridge.
You got the other picture where you just have where Rafael Sanchez is standing on top of the
that's
drum.
the one I gave to him. That's
okay.
Sonny. So that's basically what it looks like underneath there.
Okay. And so, so hold on a second. So, okay, let me just quickly go take this one off. Stop screen. Share screen. Let me just go in to see if it is. Okay, so this is. Okay, so this is the picture that you sent me. Now this one I can't zoom in on, but this is one that you sent me. And then
this is the full view of where Cheyenne took that day.
Yeah. Okay, and that's the north side.
That's the north end. Yes.
And then
if you got to the one I just sent you with Ruffy,
there you go. There you go.
Looks underneath there.
So where in this picture are you saying that? Is it on? Is it here?
Go back, right around, right in there somewhere. Right in there.
Areas underneath. That's where he's sitting at. So it's at an angle. So he'd be kind of like chest towards his knees, sitting on that hill.
Okay. So my question to you then is, okay, so this is the north side, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and one thing, if you're sitting there, you could see the hill next to the Weavers from that angle, and you can see a little bit around the bend of the creek going toward Ron Logan's property.
Weber's,
that's right. Damn it, McCain's and Ron Logan.
Okay.
Ugh.
Okay, because the Weber's is on the south side.
Yeah, the Weber's.
Yes.
On the south side, yes.
Yeah.
And where you see Rafael Sanchez, the tree line over there, that's the Mears property.
Over this side?
No, the other side. The other side.
This side.
Yeah, that's all Lemire's property. So this is where I was looking to see if the killer would have came out this way. You would have seen the killer walking on that trail there, and Cheyenne would have had got a photo or pass him in either direction. So
go ahead.
But yeah, the guy's sitting underneath the bridge, and he can stand or sit, but he's sitting underneath there and watching towards the east on the creek.
Yeah, never towards the east.
Which is looking toward Ron Logan's property.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, looking towards Ron Logan's property.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kay Weaver's and Ron Logan's property, yes.
Which would actually be kind of southeast from that location.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was my question? I just had a question. The dog. Greeno talks about a lady and a dog. Do you guys believe that? Don't believe it? Is it true? Do you believe it's true?
She had two stories.
Yeah, 2 stories. One story, she had 4 boys, same age as Lemmy and Abby.
Okay.
All wearing hooded sweatshirts.
Okay, 4. I thought it was 2.
Well,
No,
another
it's
story
4.
comes out. I read 2. And then the flannel shirt guy said the same thing.
Well,
Somebody got a feedback?
yeah.
Not me.
Let me see here.
Is it?
No, it's not.
It's not me.
Hold on.
There it
It's
is.
gone now.
No,
Okay.
it's mine. So, flannel shirt guy said the same thing. Well, a lady with a dog saw 2 boys with flannel shirt, hooded sweatshirts on, same age. And then they collaborate to, okay, it's down to 1 person what they saw. So we don't know who's telling the truth at this point.
Because originally the dog lady said that she had just let her dogs out the back door to go do their thing. And then she comes back and said, well, no, I walk my dogs to the south end of the bridge. Because her property, if you're walking to the south end of the bridge and you keep going, her house is off that trail. So there's 2 houses, the Weavers and her house.
It's on the right-hand side of the trail. When you
I
get
just
down.
couldn't see no trail.
Because it's all grown over.
It's the old railroad tracks that's no longer there. That's why.
So somebody had said, and okay, so somebody had said that, like, well, okay, so if Greeno talked to this person, why is there no video? Because he takes videos of everything.
That's a good question, and that's where we wondered: is the real lady? Somebody talks, confuse people on this story, but it's
right.
It's the state police troopers, or will be the ones be asking.
Yeah.
So we don't know who's the real telling the truth on that story.
Okay.
Yeah, because did Greeno actually talk to her, or did he just hear someone talk to her and he said he talked to her?
I don't know if he did or not. That's the question.
Right, because he would have videoed it.
Yeah.
Well, it's just because it's true. If you look at how Greeno does things, this would have been something that he would have proved and shown.
Right.
Because why would you start asking? Like, he's that type of person that would do that. So it does make you wonder. And so that's why, well, there's certain things regardless. I just omit.
I'm not saying it's not true. I just, maybe he wanted to get the information out there, but he didn't. He wasn't the one.
Remember,
Dog
Rice talked. He said he talked to this lady.
Yeah.
And he asked her, what do you see? Well, she said the same thing. I saw 4 boys have hooded sweatshirts.
Right.
And dark hooded sweatshirt, same age. And then that's when these stories start disappearing of what's the truth now.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, obviously FBI, LE, they got so much more information than we'll ever know.
Well, maybe not.
Well,
like to think.
Like, for instance, they'd know if Cheyenne saw, like, she would have said if she probably, given more information than, because obviously she's not and she's not giving out information because she's asked not to talk about it, I believe, if I remember seeing that. So I think her kind of lips are like this. So who knows what she's all really seen or said. Besides, hey.
Well, the detective, when he called me yesterday morning and I told him about the picture, he said, I need you to send that to me ASAP.
Okay. Now, when you say Detective Frank, are you talking about a personal friend? Somebody
No.
On the case?
The actual ISP detective working the case out of the Lafayette Post. He called me yesterday. He called me yesterday morning.
Okay.
Because me and Frank and Marvin, we all got together. I showed them the photo and asked them, "What do you see?" And then they said, "Well, hell yes, that's a person sitting there underneath that bridge." And you wonder if law enforcement knew about that,
right?
And you can't tell if there's any other people. All like he's told the Indiana State Police, we only heard there possible couple underneath that bridge, but we only see this one person.
Because there was always a rumor that was never verified about a couple arguing under the bridge, and it was never verified.
Right. And honestly, that whole bridge and people seeing what this dog thing, blah, blah, couple arguing thing, I'm just like, what? And then you hear that Tina Rodell's daughter was picked up by 4 or 5 boys, taken to the bridge that day, and that she returned back on the 15th with earrings in her pocket. And okay, now Becky did say that she did see earrings.
Yeah, I did see the report that Becky said there was earrings.
Yeah. Do you guys
I saw
actually
that.
talk to any of the family members yourselves? Or
We
no?
try not to. We try to just leave them at peace.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
If there is something, I usually, if something that to ask, then she can say yeah, no.
Right. But there's lots of things she's not going to say. Like,
No.
For instance, okay? For instance, I'll just take this one. To me, I find it incredibly hard to believe that her answer back about the shoe was that she didn't know. Whereas in my head, I'm like, how would you not know? Your own daughter was there. Your husband was there. You, as a parent yourself, you would have wanted to hear about where the shoe was found.
Yeah.
You know, like, meaning it just makes sense.
Well,
So,
here's what they told me, okay? Carrie and Becky said to me that, one, if they knew more of the clues, they would let it out. They don't want to hear anything of the case. To them, they would blab it out, and then that would ruin the opportunity at the court time.
You're correct. Yeah.
I just don't bother them because they've been through enough for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And I don't want to put memories in their head like that at all.
Well, I guess each to their own. I mean, I do talk to Becky, but I'd say once or twice a week if I have a question and I see something that I feel is a big rumor and I want to quash it, I'll just
But
be
you're
like,
not pushy. You know,
Uh-uh,
you're not
not-
pushy, and
not
you push
pushy at
people,
all.
and
Not
you
pushy.
understand if she doesn't answer.
Yeah, the thing was that I originally asked her if I could send her information, and she was sure. But Becky, I think, really her thing is that she's just grateful that people are keeping this story alive.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's why she told me that they don't go on the trail. It brings bad memories.
Absolutely.
Every year. So
I honestly believe that the public's going to solve this case. I don't think Ellie's going to.
I think that the public is the ones given the information, for sure. And I think it's no different than, again, the Gabby Petito case. If it wasn't for the online sleuths, that case could have taken a lot longer than it did.
Absolutely.
But it was because of that person looking at their video and going, hey, and that's why
here's
they
the
were
van.
on it so fast.
Right.
Well,
they knew where to look.
Yeah. Well, see, Pat French 629 asked, why was Pat Brown's truck parked at the cemetery? Well, I think he was there that night on the 13th to help look for the girls.
Right.
And the two stories were he lost his keys, but the truck didn't start.
And see, people don't realize that Pat Brown is married to Derek German's sister.
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you. Didn't know that.
And it just makes me sick to my stomach if they're going to sit there and say Pat Brown did it. Why would he kill his own nieces?
Right.
I talked to Pat's daughter, and he never lost his keys. He got there quickly to help look that evening. The police then came and blocked his truck in.
Yeah.
So he left his truck there. He went home. Then they called him and asked him to come back and move it, and that's what he did.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, I honestly, I find that just as much as a joke as people thinking that it was Doug Carter.
Brett, Brett Everett, the walk is on the 26th at 1.
The 28th.
No, the
You're
26th.
fired. You're fired, Brett.
Hold on.
Everyone's going to show up on the 28th, and it's really the 26th.
It's on the 26th.
Yeah, it is the 26th. Sorry about that.
At 1 p.m. at the Freeman Bridge. That's where the walk will be.
Hey, Deb.
Yeah.
Whenever I don't want to see your face, I'm just going to put up a comment. Look at that.
Nice.
What do you
Oh
think
my
about
God,
that?
Deb is Karina.
Yeah.
Who's over there?
Now
Who's over there spinning up there?
Listen, Sonny, you
Who's
begged
over there,
me
what?
to show my face, and now you want to cover it up.
Hey, Adam, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, he's still here.
Yeah, your picture's gone, bro.
Oh, it is?
I know, I see
It's
it.
not to me.
It's like buffing on my end.
Oh, is it?
I see. He's fine. Adam's
I mean,
fine.
I'm buff, but
clear.
I think it's you, Frank.
I'm on my computer, so.
Well, I'm on the computer myself. Do you
Let me
know
look
if
on my
anyone
computer.
was missing from the cemetery? No.
Here, we'll do this.
Yeah, his is buffing.
Really,
His
huh?
picture's
Let me
buffing.
let me turn my camera off and turn it back on.
I see, and I'm seeing
There you
it
go.
fine.
There you go. Nope, it went away again.
No, now I turned it off.
Well,
There
you're
you go.
watching
There-
TV.
I
That's
see him.
remember 5 seconds.
Now I see him.
All right, Adam, put it back. You're fine. Put it back on.
He's fucking with you.
He's about 5 minutes behind.
Oh, I was gonna say because it was funny because he's going, now I see you, and I'm like, but that's his avatar.
Well, now I see his avatar.
He saw my gullibility.
I think people are passing around a bong or a drink or something on there.
Hey, puff,
not
puff,
legal
pass.
Puff Puff. That reminds me of Puff Puff Pass. I used to play this game called something weed. It was
dirty.
No. It was well, it was about weed. What was it called though? But it was called we get a Puff Puff Pass. I just anyway.
No wonder the Canadians are so nice.
It was this.
Security. Here you go.
We're
It
throwing
was one of those
dodgeballs.
app games or whatever it was. Anyway, what was it called?
This
Anyway,
is a good
something
question. Here's a good
Sure.
question.
Which one?
Was Greeno's phone taken before Klein's phone was picked up, or after the police got data from Klein's phone?
After
Anthony's phone got
Dun,
taken
dun.
taken away when he was in Flora, Indiana.
When he was where?
When he was living in Flora, Indiana.
Okay.
And then when he went to jail down in Morgan County, that's when they took the phone. And then when I went down and picked him up, we had to get him a whole new phone.
Okay.
So
And then they took. Yes, and I believe they took his second phone too because he was getting calls from somebody and they were monitoring it.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was me. Just kidding.
Okay, Sonny. What you do?
Sonny's
It
in
was
love with
Triple X.
Greeno.
Of course I am. He's my best friend. He's my BFF on there. I don't honestly hate anyone, but I'll give somebody a hard time.
She was donating to the GoFundMe all the time.
Where'd Mama go?
I think she's hiding behind her avatar.
Oh, okay. All right.
Here,
Yeah.
just listening.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, she. Mama looked like she was about to pass out actually in her position that she was lying in.
I know. I felt bad because I was the only one avatared, and so I was like, "Well, I'll turn my video, and then my Mama turn hers off."
Right. It's okay. Yesterday, how do you think I felt with all three of you guys off, and I was the only one on? And I'm just like, I think I'll turn mine off.
I turned mine on for a minute.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I turned mine on.
Anthony's getting ready to get screwed.
No,
like literally.
Greeno don't have Klein's phone, so.
Right.
So
Anthony's getting ready to get screwed because his attorney's Fouts, the old judge.
Yeah.
Oh.
And guess who the prosecutor is on his case?
Oh, who is it actually?
There you go.
Who is it?
Shane Evans.
Shane Evans. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They're trying to give him 14 months.
Oh, I thought it was going to be years. Now this is just.
He's been in what, 2 months?
They're trying to give him 14 months.
Yeah, is this simply for because of the fact that he evaded and didn't come back? This has nothing to do with child support, right?
He evaded for his child support and other things, and he skipped Indiana.
Yes, yeah. Skipping, I'm sure, wasn't a good idea.
He had dirty drops also.
What's that mean?
He was illegal substances.
Illegal substances.
Yeah, he was taking marijuana.
Drugs.
Oh, in Canada, we're innocent. We don't even know what a drug is.
And I had somebody send him a message. They get iPads and all that stuff in jail.
Yeah.
And I had somebody send him a message. I said, dude, you better get a damn change of venue. Because if you don't, they're going to hem you up.
Right.
They're trying to shut him up is what they're trying to do.
Well,
What do you mean? But he's doing broadcasts from jail.
Well, no, that's his girlfriend doing
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, but we know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
On there.
Yeah,
I haven't
but,
seen
like-
one recently.
His girlfriend was on the live tonight, and we asked her to message him to see if he could come on live with us, and he rejected.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Lights out.
Yeah.
So
do you? So his phone was so sorry. So his phone was taken away because of information.
Information when he was in Florida, they thought they might have information on the Flora girls fire.
Okay.
Or whatever it was they're looking for. It was taken away. And then when he got out of Morgan County Jail, when I picked up, we had to go get a new phone for him.
Okay. Because I thought, I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought that he said on one of his lives or whatever that he originally thought it was about the Flora fires.
yeah, see, I watched that one
when they first contacted him.
They contacted him and said that somebody from the Anthony Shots account had contacted him through his messenger, and that's why they took his second phone.
Right. So they kind of lured him into it that way.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Because he thought it was innocent. He thought he was he thought he stumbled across something and they needed the info.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
that was what I took.
Go ahead, Mama.
He thought he was being accused.
Well, it's not even just being accused, but it's the nature of the way that they're able to collect that information. Because the whole issue with the Anthony Shots profile, as far as it goes, is that they are unable to directly go to these companies like Snapchat, Kik, blah, 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 and demand that information from the companies, because these companies are fighting tooth and nails to keep that information and privacy and all of that stuff. However, what they can do is if they're able to get into an account that is open and not deleted, it's fair game to collect that information. You know,
Somebody
that's
said,
why they're asking for anyone who's had any type of interaction with that particular profile to come forward and share that information, because there's a way around it where they can't just go and get a warrant for the information. They have to do this with somebody who has an open account, who hasn't deleted anything, things like that. And I think that they're just trying to gather as much as they can to try to get further along in the links, you know.
I seen somebody just made a comment that said that they saw a wedding registry for Anthony and his girlfriend from sometime in May in Noblesville. So I'm looking up his case file right now.
You know, he's supposed to gone to a wedding to do a filming.
Okay, let's see.
I'm still wanting to watch the Jerry Springer show that he was.
Oh my God.
I looked for it, but it said the link was broken.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah.
To me, I think if there's a murder case, they should the company should let the police get into it, so to get that whatever information or.
I understand, but they haven't charged anybody with murder yet.
Yeah.
You know, and I agree with you as far as the company should allow law enforcement to come in and gather information when it involves the double homicide with 2 children, possibly more. However, you know, this is why when a company opens up things like a social media site, they write those guidelines and bylaws, like basically like when you share with them, you know, your photos, your videos, all of that stuff becomes their personal property, you know. And they also have like this thing where they want to protect their users, because, you know, you don't want anybody just going in and being able to get any information. Your users wouldn't want to use you. They would be upset, things like that.
It's basically like the HIPAA laws when it comes to your medical records. You got to
Exactly.
Yeah, but they're also the ones that get to pick and choose which rules they follow and which times they don't.
Right.
So,
exactly.
Do you remember the San Bernardino, the shooters like years ago in California?
Yeah.
There was a couple, and that was one of the first big cases I heard of when the FBI they got into a huge fight with Apple, because it was funny because I remember it because I was like, wait, the FBI can't break a 4-digit iPhone code,
right?
Because they couldn't get into the iPhones.
Well, that's when they had they hire the hackers. They know,
right?
And so Apple wouldn't turn over the information, and if they had tried more than so many attempts, it would have erased the phone.
Exactly.
And I realized at that point I was like, the FBI does not have the capability that we all think they do.
No, and also think about this is like, not even just this crime itself, but you look at other crimes. Like, for example, there was a man that was killed in Michigan. He had met a man off of Grindr, which was a dating site, right?
They changed their policy after that.
Yes, they did. But Grindr at least was willing to work with law enforcement to give the pertinent information that was needed in the case.
Right. They didn't want to mess with the whole hate crime thing, though.
And see, a lot of people don't understand how long it takes for police to get search warrants either. They don't understand that.
Well, we had a discussion in here one night about the someone couldn't understand why they couldn't do a blanket warrant over all the cell phone. If they could have just collected all the cell phone information from that day in that area.
Yeah.
The powers,
I think we talked. I think it was Ives. We realized was the one that had said, "That's not legal. We can't do it."
Right.
We can't just be like, here are all the phones that pinged off these towers. So this is everyone that's in the area.
Right.
They have to have a probable cause for finding each individual person.
They even talk about when like Becky was trying to talk to AT&T about getting that particular ping on Libby's phone. They wouldn't even give it to her.
Right. Because she didn't have Find My iPhone or whatever it was.
Exactly.
Find My iPhone.
There's laws that protect people. There are reasons why, like when they do a phone or wiretap or whatever, they have to follow strict laws.
Right. It's funny to think how different just like our lives are even just 5 years later. Most people with kids have Live 360 or they have most people can track everyone, if they choose to let them. So, like these girls, they would have had, I'm sure if this happened now, Becky would have known their location already because she could have seen it on GPS.
Well, they had that.
But it's just just 5 years later. Well, it's so much more prevalent now. That's all I meant.
Yeah. Becky did have something like that on Libby's phone, but when she did the reset, it was a complete reset. And they had not re-downloaded all of it.
Okay. But see, one thing that I did research about cell phone companies, when there's information stored in their servers, they save it up to 90 days.
Yeah, the cloud. But actually,
is that all?
Technically, if you really want to get technical, the cloud, stores it up for 90 days is what they say. But technically, if you really want to get down to it, cell phone companies are legally obligated to hold the information from each individual customer for up to 10 years before they are required to go ahead and be able to discard it.
Right.
So they'll say 90 days, but they're not going to, because they don't want to like dig into it and all this other stuff to go back way further. But technically, they have to hold the information for up to 10 years.
And see, like user, you can change those settings. Like, because I have it set on mine to like it never deletes like my messages. Like,
Same.
so if I buy any phone, like all my messages, like for they'll all from forever will all like download onto the new phone.
Just like the search history and everything, you can determine when it will delete itself by going into your settings. And see, that's the thing about the Keegan Klein thing. Everybody was questioning, well, why didn't they arrest him back in 2017? They had no legal obligation to arrest him. Just because he said something doesn't mean it's true. So they did their investigation, and that's where they found that he was tied to the pedophile ring.
Right. And, by not arresting him, they could follow him and figure out what, he was interacting with.
Right. Can I ask one question about the phone? Because it's kind of been a debate. So you believe that they actually found the phone, and it wasn't damaged?
Libby's phone, according, of course, HLN said Toby sent one of the fire department people out there and knew exactly where that phone was.
Was that on the 14th or 15th?
That was the morning of the 14th.
2:30 in the morning.
It started pinging back at the scene.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So the phone starts pinging. But when they brought out the video of the BG. We've heard that they had to get it from the cloud, that it was damaged. Do you guys or
there was no damage to the phone. They just got it from the cloud. So the fire department.
Okay.
So the fire department went out there about 2:30, picked up the phone. They knew exactly where that phone was, and that was that not far from that shoe.
Well, could it both be true though? I mean, do we know the phone wasn't damaged? Because I mean, they could have retrieved everything from the cloud, but the phone's still been damaged.
Well, according to what I understand, the phone wasn't damaged.
Okay. So just to ask you, where would that information have come from? Like a good source, or
Well,
just
you have to listen to what HLN said that.
on the HLN? Yeah. Okay.
I just don't remember them saying it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not disputing it. I never knew whether.
I remember that they showed it. They showed like the
Right.
cell phone, and they showed the shoe, and then they showed a cell phone picture on HLN. And then why did I hear not too long ago that the phone was actually found not on the 14th, but the next day on the 15th? And I'm like, what? Wait, what?
It was the 14th. It has to have been the 14th in order to figure out where Libby and Abby was.
So, Randy and Frank, what are your thoughts on why the phone started peeing again all of a sudden in the middle of the night?
It didn't.
So you think that's conjecture?
Yeah, I think it's all conjecture because from
So
the information that we gathered, what was said to us that the phone was powered down.
Right.
And when it was powered down, that's when they backtracked and found out when the last ping came off the phone before it was shut down.
So all of the stuff about it pinging around town was just
wrong. No,
that's
two towers out there. So
yeah,
it stayed in one spot.
It's looping itself is what it's doing.
Right.
The
And I
ping
know how,
is.
yeah, especially in rural small towns, you can get all sorts of weird things.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, well, explain this to me then. Why did they go back out to the site?
On the 15th.
I thought they said they went out to the site because it pinged again, and they called and woke up Tobe or whoever and said, we got to go back out to the site.
And that was AT&T that called him and said we got a ping from the phone later that afternoon. But that was after the fact that he called AT&T and said, "Hey, can you check and see when the last ping from this phone was?"
It seems AT&T can somehow reactivate or something.
Yeah, they know a person if it's been powered down. They know if the battery is dead on the phone from their end.
They can turn your phone back on, actually.
Yeah, they can.
Oh, okay.
If you're on those apps, you can.
If it's dead battery, the company can turn it back on.
Well, we know that Mike Patty had said that they had called their phone, and he wasn't sure when, but he had called their phone, and then probably more in that 5 o'clock area, 5:30 area, that's when it went in. When you call and it goes into as if you turned it off mode, stopped ringing, basically went right to voicemail.
I've got all the times that Derek called the phone.
Right. He started at what? 3:40, 3:30?
No, it was about
3.
The first call was at 3:11.
When he was he was driving under that other bridge. On the way.
He was on his way to let the girls know he would be there in a minute, and didn't get an answer.
Yes.
And then he called like 3 or 4 minutes later, and then he called at 3:30 and didn't get an answer. That's when he's decided to call everybody and say, "Hey, I can't find the girls. They're not answering the phones."
Right. The phones. That's what I was just about to ask, because Kelsey made a comment that said, she goes, "We tried calling the girls' phones."
See, Abby was not allowed to have a cell phone.
But did she? But she had one.
Did she?
She didn't have one.
She said no. She didn't give her one.
She didn't have one.
She didn't have one. Abby didn't have one with her. Only Libby did.
Okay.
And the other question is, if Derek was calling Libby's phone, if Libby had the ringer on, you should be able to hear that out there.
Right. Well, she probably didn't have it on it. I mean, just knowing kids that age.
Yeah, exactly.
Every kid I know that age that I know, like my nieces, they never have I don't ever have my phone on. Like it's always on silent.
Just so you know, you guys, I got about 15 minutes left, and then I got to close her down because husband.
Oh yeah, we've been live since 8 o'clock tonight. I'm ready to go myself.
Yeah.
You guys are both in Indiana?
Yeah, we're in Indiana.
I only live 15 minutes away from Delphi, so.
Okay.
So
I'm in North Carolina, but I grew up in Southern Illinois, and I have family. My family has like a prairie in Indiana called Connor Prairie.
Oh yeah, that's in Noblesville.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
actually never been, but
yeah, I'm right here in Greenwood.
the funny thing, the connection is the bridge that was built for the Freedom Bridge.
Yeah.
Was built for my family's prairie, but they measured it wrong, and so they donated it and they used it to go over the Highway 300 or whatever, Highway 30.
No,
yeah, the Freedom Bridge right there.
625. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Who wants to answer that comment there by Johnny?
Did you?
I will. I'll answer it.
All right.
He says, don't you people see that if they called the phone as they were searching, they would have heard it? No, they wouldn't, because I have a teenage son. Well, he's not a teenager anymore. He's 20 in his 20s, and they keep their volume off. He always has his volume off at all times, and all of a sudden,
mine's always off as well.
Yeah. So
I
that
keep
is,
mine
and
on
also
all
if
the
the phone
time,
died,
so I must be just the stranger of this group.
Mine's on all the time too.
Mine's on. That's all loud so I can hear it.
But I also had to point out too, and I don't know if Johnny has been out there to that particular site, but where those girls were found and from where that bridge and all of these like different areas, it would not have been that easy to hear.
And the wind was blowing. And the wind was blowing. South.
You got to think about the terrain. You got to think about all kinds of factors that were going on. You would not just be able to hear a cell phone. And let me tell you, reception is spotty as nobody's business.
Right.
I have a 5G phone out there and lost reception, y'all.
And you got to realize also that the noise of the river current also.
Exactly.
And when you're on the bridge,
absolutely.
A wind tunnel almost.
Yeah.
Right.
So you can't just say these people would have heard it, blah blah blah. No, they wouldn't have heard it. And then you got to think about how many people were out there searching. How many different you know what I mean? Everything. Like they're not going to search quietly.
You know, that's a good question that you brought up about the day of the 13th search. And what's so funny is they supposedly had people walking up and down both banks of the creek, right?
Right. But they wouldn't allow them to search the area that the girls were in, for one. And for two, they're going the opposite directions of where they would be. That bothers me.
Well, the other problem is if you go on top of Kay Weber's property, or
on the north side, right?
The south side.
South side, up to her house is, there's a hill that you could look over on Ron Logan's property.
Yeah.
You'll be able to see those girls laying there.
Absolutely. And you know what? I was in that exact spot where they were across from that house. And I personally have a photo that I can actually give to you and video where you can see that house from that spot.
So basically,
how about them apples? That might show you something.
I want peaches. I want peaches.
Give you some food for thought.
And the way I'm looking at it now, this is my own personal opinion. There's a big cover up going on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This runs so much deeper than anybody even begins to understand. I promise you it does. It does.
And that's why I keep saying the McCain brothers, the Weebers, all of them have got power in that city.
Well, I bet there's a lot of people nervous right now with the new the elections going on with the new sheriff. Is it right?
Yeah.
How funny it would be if Tobe was the one that came out and like told all the information after he left office.
I don't know. It depends on where you go after.
I'm gonna send him some gum.
Who are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Bottle. You're talking about Lesby.
Did you guys know that he's been okay? So there is a committee for 911 dispatchers, right? And he is supposed to be taking a position full time with that 911 dispatcher committee after he leaves office. That was also in that Carol Comet paper thing. They talked about that too.
Did you guys know that Lesby, Steve Mullen, the McCains, Shane Evans, All of them were on the trail committee at that time too.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And
yep.
how convenient, after the second press conference in 2019, Steve Mullins up and resigns as the chief of police. And then 6 months later, Shane Evans resigns as the mayor to take the position as the prosecutor.
Right.
And then I just got information again today that Shane Evans is no longer able to access any of the files for the Delphi case.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
He had
That's
his
good.
privileges taken away from it.
Why was that? Do you know?
They didn't give me a reason.
But there was another guy that they were supposed to be appointing for the position. They were looking for another guy to replace him.
It's just
As
awful
a
funny.
prosecutor?
Yes. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
if you Google it, because I just come across you know how when you just start hitting links and you start going through and all that other stuff and
And then
whatever.
something pops up you've never seen.
Exactly.
But isn't that
them
an elective
things.
position?
And it's there, and I was like, really? They're really? And somebody said something about that he had some sort of a sickness or whatever, but then something else said it was like for personal reasons or whatever, but they were hiring somebody to come in for that position to replace him. But it didn't say like the exact formal reason as to why it was happening. The
Yeah.
other theories were just other people's like personal opinion comment type deal.
Have you guys broke down the second press conference with Doug Carter saying, "We know you're hiding in plain sight"?
Yeah.
He's looking straight at Shane Evans in the back of the room up against the wall.
There's a YouTube video where they show where they show his eyes going towards him. Yeah.
Yeah, looking straight at him.
So
I didn't know
then
who it
what
was the
do you
first time I
think
watched the video, but yeah.
So what do you think the comment to you guys means?
They know it was him, but they're trying to break his alibi. Basically, is what we're thinking is happening.
Let me ask,
do you think
can I
that
ask a
that's going to
question
be
really
the
quick?
shock factor? Is Shane Evans and some others?
He's involved with the McCains. As you can see, they're already questioning Shane Evans about a piece of land that he bought for $80,000 right there in Delphi. They said it was something wrong with that deal.
So
he's.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I really want to ask something here. So you guys obviously know my path is Keegan Dunker, Garrett Kurtz, Ashley Gard. So I'm going to ask you too. So based on the fact that out of their own mouths they actually bring up Delphi, Garrett implicates Jason Palladino as one of the people involved. Chris Mathis implicates Garrett Kurtz, that he wishes he would tell the story. Just that alone. And say Keegan Dunker holding the piggy up exactly 1 year to the day of the girls, let alone besides that. So what I want to know is, why are people so willing to dismiss the talk of Delphi and who was involved in the murders, if those are literally coming out of those little druggies and meth heads killers' mouths?
That's a good
what
question.
I'm curious about. Well, I'm just curious. Yeah.
That's a good question, because I've heard the same thing. I've heard all about who was all involved in the drugs in Delphi. I know exactly every person that was involved with drugs at the time. And I'm not going to put their names out there because I want to keep them out of that.
Mm-hmm.
You talk to them on a regular basis, Sonny.
What?
Oh, I talk to him on a regular basis?
You talk to several people on a regular basis who were heavy into the drugs back then.
She talks to them personally?
Yes.
Adam, you didn't tell me, a little bugger. So that's,
look at these
it
teeth.
wasn't
You
really
know, like I have
tacos.
teeth to you.
Delphi's
These are
been a
nice
drug city for years.
fake teeth. Yeah.
Nobody what? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Delphi's been a drug city for years.
Oh.
Yep. And every time you turn around, somebody's got something to do with a drug charge or a possession charge.
Sadly,
It's
that's so
all
much a rural
Drug
place,
charges
throughout
and
that town.
vehicle not even allowed to drive vehicle charges. Like vehicle is usually this much of the list, and then the other half is the drugs. And it's
And
always
like you do the drugs, they take the license, and then you can drive again. Then they get in trouble for not driving.
Or they're always speeding.
And
They're
like
always speeding,
Cheyenne,
too.
she was in the meth bad, and she was going through a divorce at the time this was going on, and her husband was a major meth dealer, and he's in prison now.
Right. What did
It's
you guys?
like-
Did you guys have any? What was the name of the firefighter that was? It was like 45 minutes away that got arrested for the child porn charges recently.
Jokes.
And he had a connection with the guy that called in the bomb threat to.
Yeah, Brian Phillips to Jokes.
Brian Phillips, who was into meth as well. He was part of. He's had several drug arrests. You know who Brian Phillips is?
Lazenby's family has drug frickin' people. He even has that pedo guy.
Well, Brian Phillips is the guy that they called in the bomb threat to Indiana Packers.
Yeah.
And he's had 2 meth raids on his house, the last of which resulted in 9 arrests? Or 7 arrests? Deb, do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
All right. I know we were talking about it that one night, so or maybe it was Mayma that we were
You talking about the Jobs guy? The Jobs guy or Jobs
Well, there's
guy?
the Jobs guy, and then the Brian Phillips guy is the one. that
Yeah,
called in the bomb threat.
yeah. The 911 dispatcher who was the volunteer firefighter that was arrested out of Morgan County.
Right. And Brian Phillips
Yeah.
is the one that
His
he
last
said
name is
he was big into meth, and he called in the bomb threat, and he's like, this all is going to tie into a firefighter and child
Yep.
porn.
Yep.
And see what was awful funny was when they Sergeant Holman said they searched both sides of the creek the 13th. Nothing was
Right.
found. And all of a sudden the next morning, one of those responders goes over the radio and says, I found some undergarments in a shoe. Something's wrong with that right there.
Yeah, where
One
were
sh-
those before?
Libby had one shoe on and the other shoe was found with her phone. Now, how can you find one shoe with her undergarments in the creek?
Yeah, especially she's
Right.
wearing a sock, one sock and one foot in the shoe going across that creek.
So you think she lost the shoe then when she was trying to get
That's
away?
the one
or-
shoe that was on Kay Weber's side.
Hey, can we get Marvin in here? She's on.
We can, but I literally have about 15 tops, okay?
Okay.
Before
if
my
you guys
husband goes.
want, after this, if you still want to continue the talk, we could move it over to my channel if you wanted. It's up to y'all.
Yeah, it's up to them, anyone else, but I just know I got.
Husband's on her ass.
Well,
He wants to be.
maybe I. Remember those toys I talked about with you?
Oh no, we ain't going there. We're not going
Did
there.
you talk about the toys again? Did I miss that?
Those things
Did they
that like
melt?
little Jack
Did
in the
they
Box
melt this time in
things
the
that come out
box?
every once in a while.
You know, you got daddy's toys.
I got mama's toys. Okay, dirty birdies. I'm trying to keep it pure thoughts, and then you guys always somehow make me know.
I don't need toys.
Hey, let me tell you
I
something
have
about
an
this man.
imagination.
You know what? I practice safe sex. Rosie Palms and her 5 scissors just fine for me. The bitch don't talk back, and you can't get no diseases.
You right? I put out the link if she does. Oh my God, whole 90 fuck sakes. Someone
Can't you tell
locked.
the hubby he
Holy
needs to
cow.
wait? I mean, Sonny.
But I just can't see somebody killing the girls over a drug thing because I don't think Derek would allow that to happen. There's Marv.
Hello.
I feel like she's all by herself down there because.
Hi, Marv.
Because
I'm gonna make Sonny want to start smoking again.
Because the way I look at it with Derek, if he thought that there was a threat, he would have said something.
Right, and I don't want to. I don't like to
Except-
blame the family at all. But what are your guys' thoughts on Derek's complete silence, like publicly? Do you think it's just heartbreak, or
I think he doesn't want to be in the what's
And
going on.
he don't want to be in the limelight.
Yeah,
Okay.
he just wants to stay on the side and wait to see who the killer is.
Okay.
And I can see, like I tell people, I can see Becky and Carrie and Anna jumping over on that killer in the courtroom. If they had
Right.
Right. And I understand the guilt he would feel too, of like, possibly being out there while the girls were still.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of it. I think that there's a lot of guilt there, and he seems more like a quiet, reserved type of guy, so he's not going to get in the limelight.
Right.
And with the way that people twist words and everything, I would advise them not to.
Right. I think it just puts suspicion on him because he's the father, and and he's had like the charges in the past. But I've always thought that he'd be the first one that could give all the names of the people he would suspect would have come for him if it was retaliation. And I'm not saying it isn't, because I do think there's not a tie-in, but
I'm sure he's talked to the police and everything and told them everything, but he's not going to come out in public and say it.
Right. Yeah. And I wasn't sure about his sobriety either, but if he struggled still, or and that's not my business, but I just I pray for the family.
But like we've always said, everybody's got skeletons in the closet we're not proud of.
Absolutely.
And nobody wants to talk about your skeletons.
Right. And like, yeah.
Oh, you don't? Because mine are toys, remember?
She's right. Hey, now she's right back on that.
Yes.
She's right back on that.
Well, it sounds like his is a skeleton too. He paid for it. He got it shipped to the house.
The minute I heard closet, I was like insto thinking of my dungeon toys. Just
oh
kidding.
my God. Oh my God.
The government even gives you a dungeon in Canada?
Yeah, I know, like for my toys. Yeah. So let me ask you a question though, about Judge Fouts. So we all know that he was using his indiscretions and caught on video and stuff and had to step down. And Tiara, who I've talked to, so she's saying that basically you can tell that they used her in a sense to get him to step down by putting the video out there so they didn't have to do the dirty work, because they said basically her point to me or whatever was that he was doing a shitty job. He was giving sentences that people didn't deserve. Basically to say that he was mucking it up.
Didn't understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that basically the prosecutor, so she had asked who this person was a long time ago, and her lawyer or whatever said he didn't know, and then come to find out in hindsight he actually did know, and he's the one that I think got her to put that out there so that they didn't have to do the dirty work. Actually weird, but anyways, so knowing, I also talked to the mistress as well, ex-judge Fouts. So knowing that there's weird kinky shit, for sure, he's cheating. I mean, he clearly has admitted that his wife basically knows that he's had many indiscretions along the way. So what do you guys think?
They might have had an agreement.
Well, because she feels like absolutely that Fouts was part of it, was part of this because of the dates that he had took off to see her, and then he actually bailed her out of jail on the Monday by credit card or whatever. But what do you guys think of the whole Judge Fouts thing? Do you think he's involved in any way? And well, we know he's a dirty birdie, for sure, because he's.
I was going to say he seems like a slime ball, but there's no connections.
I think he was just getting kickbacks for being corrupt.
Right.
Kind of like that other judge, though. There was one other judge in Indiana a couple years back. Same shit. He was basically giving kickbacks to females and.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I think that the coverage in this has all been so extensive that I'm sure a lot of crimes have been uncovered. They all can't be connected to the girls,
right?
But it's like just finding out which ones are.
I just think that
clearly there's a lot of dirty shit.
Different rings and pedos and different rings and
Well, I think there's two major cases going on right now. There's there's the hunt for the killer for the girls, and then they're taking down as many pedophiles as they can in the process.
Which good for them.
Do you think that Keegan Kline knows Chadwell?
Don't know. That's the question. Whatever he knows, how many people he knows is just the question.
Or did Tony?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, Marvelous. Nice to meet you.
Yes,
Barely
nice to meet you too.
So, just because you came on later here, but what's your thoughts on everything? If you want to say, just because everyone else has been talking for a while, so is there anything you want to say?
Everything that we've researched and have gone through, and I mean, we've gone every which way, every direction you can possibly think. It all comes back down to that land and wanting Logan's property.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they said this has to do with power and greed and, you know, what's the best way to get the power and the money and be greedy, but to own the majority of that land over there.
Basically, it's all Delphi that they'll be owning.
Pretty much, from what we've seen.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and then you got to think about what Doug Carter said. We know you're all about power.
Power and control.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
No.
that's why we pinned it down to the definitely 3, possibly 4 people involved.
So
And those are
you
could
think
just
Shane
be the
Evans-
planners, not
I'm sorry?
necessarily the person that did it, but the people that planned it.
Correct.
Because they're not going to get their hands dirty if they don't have to.
Well, no, but it's not hard to go and get somebody who has a drug addiction and offer them a trade out on their charges and things.
Exactly.
Right.
You know, to do the deed.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So can I ask, who do you guys think? Who are the 4 people again? Because I came in late. So I mean, it was Shane Evans,
The McCain brothers, Christopher Moore, and possibly Brad Weber, whatever, however you want to pronounce it.
Weber.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think? I've not heard Weber before. Okay, so you do think Weber?
Yeah.
Outback loves your voice, Frank. Just saying.
Thank you. It's my old radio broadcasting voice.
Okay. Do you believe that? Oh,
Go ahead. Go
Where
ahead.
did you work in? This is off the subject, but where did you work in the radio?
See, when I was in high school, I took a 4-year college preparatory class in radio broadcasting. Did you ever used to listen to WFMS back in the day?
Yep.
Actually, I worked at WFMS.
You remember you remember Charlie Morgan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was his name is Brian Smith. He was my instructor.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so
Well, I worked with him. I worked at WFMS.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, I went to Warren Central when he was the instructor there, and I worked at WEDM 91.1 for 4 years.
Sonny, this is how small Indiana is.
Yeah.
And you've got to know.
Hold on. I gotta smack him.
You've got to know Fritz Mosier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Me and him graduated together.
Yeah. Cool.
We were in the.
We'll have to.
Someone said, I knew I recognized your voice.
Yeah, we all graduated together. Fritz Mosier and a bunch of us did.
Yeah. But we'll talk. We'll catch up on that later. Very cool.
So do you guys believe at all that Ron Logan was being framed then?
I believe so. Because there's many a times that Dave had approached Ron to buy his property, and Ron kept refusing.
Same thing as on the Kay Weber too. He tried to buy her land too.
And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, she just gives the land to him, didn't pay a dime for it.
She gave it to him?
Yeah.
The Mears.
The land.
That's right. The Mears did. That's right. Yeah.
Can you say that again, actually? So the Mears gave the land?
The Mears gave the McCain brothers the trail or the train.
Oh.
And that's the land, that property there to back in the day.
Okay, somebody left a message on one of my videos going, it was the Mears land that the girls died on, not Logan's.
No.
Okay,
I
was
on the Ron Logan's property.
Right, yeah. I mean, they got dropped off by the Mears property, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's why he was so distraught, because he couldn't believe that something like that would happen on his property.
Right.
Okay, because the person was like, I'm from Indiana and I know, and and I'm like, okay. But I didn't believe it. So do you guys believe yes or no, do they have DNA of the BG?
Yes.
Carrie said it'd be under Libby's nails. I would be.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. But I think it was contaminated. I think it was contaminated.
So you don't think that they couldn't get in a match because it was contaminated?
Possibly. And if they do have a good DNA, it's obvious that Keegan's DNA did not match up, and it's obvious that Tony's DNA did not match up because they would have done the familiar DNA test at the same time.
Right.
So
and they may have such a small amount that they're being so careful with what they use it for samples of. Because once it's gone,
it's gone. Right. You can't replicate it.
That's why they're doing the pets now, trying to.
Right.
If there was pet hair on the girls, then that's what.
Which is why they took the dog, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They took Chadwell's dog too.
Now, I have someone in the police force from Lafayette that is on recording because he didn't know he was being recorded.
Oh.
Saying that they got no DNA, that they fucked up the case bad right at the start. You know when somebody's talking but they don't know they're being recorded, obviously?
Right.
So I'm not going to say who it is or even who told me, but let me just put it this way. I would definitely have to agree, just because I know. But so if someone from Lafayette made that comment, didn't know he was being recorded, but was, and made that comment that they didn't have DNA, that they screwed up the case, and now they had to backpedal, stuff like that. I'd have to re-listen to it all, but that was the main two things that my ears were hearing. What would you think then?
I would say that is incorrect because they would have never got the blood sample or a hair follicle from Keegan Klein. They would have never.
No, they had. I mean, didn't Ellie say they had DNA right at the beginning?
Yeah. Yes.
They never committed a crime.
Lesby said it.
Yeah, they said they'd never committed a crime before because they weren't.
It's like the words were. It's like he's never committed a crime.
Right. But I think I took that as because he's not in the system, like DNA wise.
Yeah.
Well, he could be like back in his teenage years. He could have got in trouble back then, but they have his case closed.
No, that's
sealed records.
Yeah.
And one person who didn't have a criminal record at all, Christopher Moore.
The DNA thing, CODIS, is really more like the DNA being in like already in the system.
Well, that's why they were asking everybody for DNAs at the time when they talked to these people.
Well, and you got to remember that it's only felonies that they collect DNA for.
And there was a lot of pedophiles out there in that search that those
Well, I was gonna say, wasn't it in after the murders that's when they started having meaning before then they didn't have to collect the DNA. Now, was it 2017 or 18 that they started?
2018. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys think that this case is going to be solved this year? Honestly,
we're praying.
If you were just gonna,
we hope that it is, but history tells us that it could take longer.
But do you kind of feel marvelous that that we're really seeing a big bump in the action kind of right now?
That's because they're working two cases at one time. That's the bump right there.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to see who Keegan Klein and Tony Klein downloaded stuff to, drop stuff to, and these people, these big pedophiles, they know how to cover their tracks. So it's going to take time for them to get through all of that information and try to find a person.
I mean, Doug Carter does make that comment in this year's not press release, but when he's talking, I wouldn't call that a press release, or was it? Was it a press release?
It was just a regular interview. Yeah.
When he says we're going to need 60 to 80 people to go back and look at everything.
Right.
Yeah. So
see, I think they're just using this catfishing thing to lure out more pedophiles. That's the only thing I believe is what's going on.
And could very well be.
Right, and well, I think their hands were forced to like release the Anthony Shots thing because Barbara McDonald knew, and I think that she was going to go with the interview, and that's why they released. They wanted to be the ones to put it out there first because they released that on the 6th or 7th of December, and then she did the interview with Keegan Kline on the 9th, which that was already set up prior to the 9th because it takes longer than a day to set up a prison interview.
Yeah,
but I think that the police, Ellie got tipped off that the press had this information, and they put it out there first.
Just to add
so they
to
can
your,
make use of it for their advantage.
Yeah.
Just before anyone says anything, just to add to that, if somebody's going to answer about any of that, the Keegan Kern thing.
Oh yeah.
That lives on the same street. Or that like 3
That's in the
minutes away.
affidavit or interview.
What do you guys think of that too? Like with what Adam had just said. Sorry, I just wanted to add that in there since you were talking about it, the interview.
I think there was more than one person, two people that had access to that account that Keegan knew of.
Yeah,
that's what I believe.
He knew his friend was part of that.
Yeah, the Shots neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay, but Keegan Kern's name was on the interview at the very
It's
top.
on the transcript in the very beginning. Like it says, like
And that's a police officer. That's an ISP officer. And
I
it
don't
said,
remember.
yeah,
it's
I
only in there once, and it like says it at the very top, and like it's like the question and answer thing. It's like the
I
question
still
Barbara
have it.
McDonald, and it's like answer Keegan Kern, but then all of the answers are clearly from Klein. So I think a lot of people took it as a typo, or just like an error. But there's a guy named Keegan Kern that lives on the same street as Keegan Kline, which is odd.
I'll show it to you.
But he's an ISP police officer.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Remember when she asked Keegan about Kelsey?
Well, yeah, we talked about that last night.
What do you think about that?
Oh, I asked Becky.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about earlier. I'm not sure if you heard it or not, maybe not. Becky said that, I'll do it verbatim of exactly what she said, to be honest with you. Let me just go to Becky here.
Because initially, a lot of people thought that she really misspoke and she meant Libby, but being that it was the 13th, the girls were already missing. So
yeah. So she said she was that Kelsey was going through Libby's social media account and saw that Anthony Shots' account had commented on hers, meaning Libby's. So she sent a message asking if he had talked to her. She also did the same with other people. So that was her answer to that.
Okay. So basically, she was thinking she was talking to Keegan.
Well, she
thought she was talking to Anthony Shots at the time.
Because she had her log into Snapchat and Instagram, so she logged into the accounts to see her interactions.
See, we were talking about that, Ron or Randy.
Yeah.
For some reason, I kept thinking that Kelsey was deleting stuff off of Libby's phone. She had seen something or read something on her phone and wasn't too happy about it. Oh, there we go. Can I see that?
That's the transcript here.
Oh, I'm blind as a bat. Holy shit, I'm blind.
Look at the three top lines.
Zoom in your TV.
Interview and question.
No, god damn, I'm blind. I can't see. There it is. I see it.
Line 2.
Yeah, I see it. Yep, I see it.
Keegan Kern. Hello, Keegan. How are you? So how would they mess that up?
Mm-hmm.
They might have been chasing the drug lead.
Right. Or he was just present in the, or he was just
He's
present
an
in the
ISP officer that lives 3 minutes down the road. So that again,
maybe Keegan Kern was the officer that led Keegan Kline into the interview.
That could be.
And he said hello, and then she says, "Keegan, how are you?"
Right.
To Keegan Kline.
Right.
So he says hello.
It's odd, another freaking ass Keegan. Okay. Honestly, we all know that no one should name their son Keegan now. Okay.
No.
No Karens and no Keegans.
No Keegans.
I am honestly so sick of seeing that name all of a sudden. Keegan Noth, Keegan Dunker, Keegan Kline, this Keegan Kern. And there's more Keegans that are attached to even Keegan's name. But I'm just like going, oh my God, like stop. Seriously,
Hey,
stop.
Brett Evans saw it says probably Sheriff Tobe under the bridge. No, he was, I believe, in Frankfurt, Randy.
Yeah, Derek was in Frankfurt, Indiana, for taking.
No, Toby. He
Toby.
wasn't even in the city at the time.
No.
He was in Frankfurt.
What does that say? Does anyone know what kind of Klein had? That's not English.
What kind of what Klein had?
No. Outback, that's not English.
Oh, I have a question
Outback,
really quick.
what was your question?
I'm sorry?
I'm trying to think, what is Outback trying to say?
I don't know.
Probably a phone, I would imagine.
Right.
Does anyone know what kind of? Yeah, phone seems to fit.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the iPhone 5C was the one he used the most, the white one, but he had also like a 4, and I think there was a Android as well.
Android one too.
He had like 4 phones.
Well, and then there was the Klein Photography, which not a real business.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go with Michaela.
Oh my God, I'm so sick of seeing that name too.
Right.
Like even Cheyenne, even the name Cheyenne. It's amazing how many. It's when you're starting to search through people's Facebook and just browsing right by them, but you start noticing all these similar names everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, holy shit! There's tons of Cheyennes, tons of Keegans, and Michaelas. Oh my God, seriously. I don't know. All I know is hey, does anyone know if Michaela and Dale Babcock lived at Becky's residence and Mike's residence during the time of the murders? Does anyone know that? I know Derek is. And does anyone know that?
No, I didn't know that. No, I don't know nothing about those two there.
Didn't Becky say no? I thought she answered that.
I never did ask her. No.
Okay.
I forgot. It was one I forgot. Yeah. But just curious. Yeah, like Becky's, again, I try to maybe ask. It's only because there's so much shit out there. And so if I at least try to say that Becky said it, then at least hopefully some people will go, oh, okay, so that was false.
So I recently heard a rumor, and I mean, I just because it doesn't matter or anything, but did David Erskine? So that's on Anna's sister, right, or brother, right?
Anna's brother.
Yeah. Did his wife leave him for someone in the German family, a female in the German family?
Well, I haven't heard that.
Tara?
Is that Tara's?
Did
girl?
his wife have an affair with Tara?
Derek's wife?
Tara was married to.
Derek's married
wife.
to. Derek's. No, I'm thinking of his sister. Never
Derek
mind. Go
was
ahead.
married to Carrie
David
Simmons.
Erskine. David Erskine's wife
And
left
then
him
Tara
for a woman.
used to be married to a guy. Then she's married to the woman. So
She was married to Erskine's, and she left him to be with a woman.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, but was the woman that she left him for a German?
No,
I haven't heard that.
Tara, wait a minute. Tara
German is with I can't think of her name.
I can't think of her name either, but yeah.
She's with her, but she was married to I can't think of the guy's name, but
We need a family tree just for them.
Yeah.
And I said it doesn't matter, but I heard that and I thought it was like that's a weird connection.
Yeah, she's got 2 kids from the guy, and then of course
Yeah, because how many kids does Derek German have all together now?
2. Derek German has 2 kids.
Oh, Mama.
Yep.
Your train's going by again. You're good. You're good. You're good.
So Carrie had two kids with Derek since it was living in Chelsea.
Right.
Now it's Kelsey. And then Carrie has two children down in Kentucky.
Yep.
Yes.
With somebody else.
Okay.
But she's living in Lafayette now. Carrie is.
Oh, she is?
Yeah, she's in Lafayette now.
Oh, she is.
Yeah.
When did that happen? She's always been in Kentucky.
I was reading a thing about everything, and they said that she moved back and she's living in Lafayette, working at somewhere there in Lafayette.
Good for her.
Well, she was working at Amazon down in Kentucky.
Yeah.
I'll have to find the article I was reading about it.
So Pat Brown is married to a German, you said, right?
Yeah, Derek's sister.
Derek's sister. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And sorry, you said Derek has 2 kids?
Libby and Kelsey.
Kelsey. And what about because I've seen a picture with a bunch of little redheaded boys that look like him.
That might be from his new wife.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, Derek, is
are
Derek
Cody's
remarried?
Yeah, Derek's remarried. I believe he had 2 kids with her.
Yeah. And again, I know it. I've seen the name, but that's as I'm going through the profiles, but I don't stick them in my head because, you know.
And now, didn't Becky and Mike adopt somebody?
Yeah, they adopted
Cody.
Cody.
Yeah, they adopted Cody. Because something dealing with a family.
Look at Fig down here. What's up, Fig?
Now we just need sleuths.
He was,
Hey, Fig.
You know what, honestly, if I didn't have to get going in a couple minutes, this would be a true party. We'd have like a 9 block.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
With Sleuth and Fig were on.
Well,
Sonny, just have
let's
your
plan
husband
to
come
do
join
that.
us.
Let's plan to do it.
My husband would make you all jealous with his British accent. What's up, beautiful people? Well, but that I think he's talking to me personally. Go on.
Only a woman would say that.
Well, if he's not, she'll boot him.
Yeah, right.
We don't want that.
I don't know. Is that attitude, Fig? I feel like there's attitude coming out of that comment. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I do have to wrap. Oh, go ahead. I do have to wrap it up, guys. Although I've loved this whole party tonight, everything's kind of ran smoothly with it too.
No arguing, none of that was going on, and that's what we like.
Yeah,
you know?
Right.
When you get Gray in there.
The links to your
we should invite Gray.
No.
For 1 second, and then we'll boot him. Yeah.
I had to time him out several times yesterday.
Oh God, that guy's so full of himself. But whatever.
He thinks all his information is correct. He knows everything about the case, and I'm like, look, dude.
Wait, which guy?
Gray Hughes.
Gray Hughes.
Oh, I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he was already on. He was on
Is he new?
Frank last night so much about when we were doing that guy underneath the bridge. It's like there's no one there.
And I had to time him out.
My Gray Hughes mug right now.
And then Randy hits me up and said, I'm going live here in a few minutes. So I get on, and there's Gray running his cocksucker again. And I said, dude, don't start today.
Maybe I need to send him one of my toys.
He let his dogs play with it.
Oh, sorry. Go on. My bad. Go on.
Me?
So Gray was running his cocksucker mouth. Go on.
And I told him, don't start today. He said, I can say what the fuck I want to say when I want to say it. And I just shut up right there because I wasn't arguing with him.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think you can. I mean, really, it's like you might as well bash your head against a wall first, and then the wall would probably listen to you more. To be honest with you.
Right.
And then me and Randy and Sleuth and Marv were all like, if we are correct that there's a person under that bridge, Gray is going to be shitty.
And I would go on his show and rub it in his face.
He'll have his block by then.
Right.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Remember yesterday? I'm like, no, you guys are just showing me shit. There's nothing underneath there. I don't care. Remember I was doing that, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I should look at it properly first before I make my comment.
He goes on everybody's channel and tries to debunk anything they say.
Yeah,
he doesn't really come on your channel, does he, Sonny?
He's popped in here from time to time. I haven't seen him in a while, but I think it's more of a love thing that he has for me. It's not really. I think it's more of that. It's like a fetish.
You're a spank bank.
Yeah. Every time I say "fuck you, Gray Hughes," he's like, "Oh my god, Sonny, you talk dirty to me anytime you want."
Sonny goes on late night. Like,
why are you sitting there popping Viagra?
Right.
So if you want Sonny, if you want to see our video we did today, Jan Williams got it much clearer.
And so did Sleuth. So
if you watch our video on Marvelous
Okay, well,
Marvel.
Just okay. 1 second there.
Drop their links, Sonny, because I know.
Well, I was just gonna say, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, Randy, I'm just gonna quickly put you with a wrench, and then if you want to drop your link, if that's okay.
Yeah, because actually I don't follow either of you or either three of you.
Yeah, if you guys, well, just
me and Marv work on one channel.
Okay, because I don't follow you guys, but I've seen Randy on Sleuth.
Yeah, if you guys, sorry, that was me for a second going to my live. Okay, so sorry about that.
I went to Marv and said, "Look, I know you work full time and you don't have the time to do all the researching and everything, and I basically do everything behind the scenes for her." It's like Sonny and whoever else has channels basically does everything by themselves.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the more people you have,
she makes us all do it all. It's treacherous.
I know. Yes, my little bitches.
you got to have help.
I'm a
You gotta
badass
have it.
bitch in a fake ass world. That's what I am. Right, Gray Hughes? No.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Look
that's
at
what we say at
Fig.
work all the time. I'm a badass, or I'm a badass bitch in a fake ass world.
Hey Fig, man, I really enjoy watching your show, man.
Oh, I was saying that last night. Fig has put out some really good
Randy, I
content.
gave you a wrench, so whatever links you want to drop, feel free.
Okay.
I meant to say that last night, though, and Fig had already left the chat. But Fig's stuff is great.
Let me get another link here.
You want to drop the link to her, Marv?
Yeah, the one we did today.
Yeah, Randy's.
Oh, okay. Just give me a second then. Where's I don't know if Marv's typed in the chat though, so I can just
let me get the one we did today.
Here, we'll go to private chat.
August Barnes said Amanda German married Tara.
What? That who?
Amanda.
August Barnes in the chat. He said Amanda German is the one that married Tara.
Oh,
so she married a relative?
No, it would be Libby's aunt.
Yeah.
Hey, Fig, you could jump in here anytime and voice your opinion, man. You don't have to sit back here and just listen to us.
It's just a rumor I'd heard, and I thought I was like, I found that so strange.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying anytime that he's on our...
Yeah. Absolutely. That's not my fault. He came late to the party.
Right.
He's a late nighter like the rest of us.
He was hanging out with Dre.
Right.
Sorry, Fig.
Every time I see Fig's name, go ahead.
Cool, Kyle. Cool.
I like what Fig called us a Brady Bunch on steroids.
Yeah, Brady Bunch on steroids. Right. I know.
You haven't seen anything yet, Fig.
Right. We just need, like I said, we just need grades. We can boot him. Then we're bringing Fig and Sleuth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just gonna be like, great. How you doing, my best friend? How you doing? Oh, fuck off. There you go.
What's the maximum number of people you could get on this screen?
I think it was 10.
That's what we need. You know what I mean?
Hey, I appreciate it, Exile.
But that 10 person is like the black sheep because they'd ruin this whole perfection right here.
But it's only 10 that you can bring on, that you can't bring on more than that?
Journey
no,
also.
you have to have the premium StreamYard.
Right.
Journey.
Imagine how wonderful it would be if you just filled the entire screen with people.
Journey just said that.
You know what I mean? Like everybody's.
Oh, hey, Journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, Journey said that Amanda married Tara Wynn, though.
And I didn't know that they were married. I just thought that he.
Yeah, Amanda. That's your name. Tara, Amanda. They're both to each other.
Yeah. Okay, you guys. Before my husband never gets mad at me, but unless I push my limits. But anyway, do you guys anyone want to just give final thoughts and thank you guys all for joining us tonight? It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chad, as well, who's ever near. Anyways, Randy, Frank, Marvelous. Do you guys have anything that you guys wanted to say? You dropped a link in there. Was that the only link you wanted to drink?
I dropped both links of my link of what we're talking about, the guy on the bridge, and the other link of what we did on Mars Investigates tonight. Showing a better photo of the guy on the bridge.
Yep.
And same for you, Sonny. Anytime you want to drop in on Marv, you're more than welcome to at any time.
All right.
Absolutely.
So sorry. Like I said, I don't really venture too far off of my channel and the work I do typically. So I'm sorry. I was trying to actually find Marvelous Marv today, and I was like, shit, like I just don't know what the channel was.
You're like mind shock.
Yeah. Well, then I was trying to find figs as well the other day, and I'm like, what the fuck? Where like, because I don't know the links and I've never been there, so I'm not even sure what icon I'm looking for. But anyways, so yes, thank you very much. It was a pleasure meeting y'all. And
One more thing.
Absolutely.
Me and Randy and Marv are working on part 3 of Outside the Box, and it has to deal with the property.
And the history.
Okay.
Awesome.
And how we connected the Baum family to the McCain family and all that stuff. So
right.
You have any idea when you think you'll drop it?
We're gonna do our script on Friday and turn it into Marv as soon as we're done with it, because she's working on a channel thing right now, catfishing. So we're allowing her to get that taken care of before we drop something else on her.
Marvelous.
Oh my God, Fig. I think. Sorry, husband. I'm just falling in love right now, Fig. No problem. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, all right, Fig.
Oh, you want me to say sorry? Is that what you want me to say? Okay. How would you like it? Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on.
Sorry.
See these 11 lines now because these are age things. Sorry, Fig.
Have y'all heard Sonny's sexy voice? Come on, Sonny.
I thought that was my sexy voice. Shit.
Oh my gosh.
I think Mama stole my sexy voice, to be honest.
No, you've done better, Sonny.
Yeah, 1-900. Thank you, Sonny.
You need to have your string coming down.
Be like,
Right? I need my sexy string coming down.
I mean, be like, boy, look at the shitter on that critter.
Sonny, I could never feel your sexy voice.
Oh my God.
I just have to talk through a can. Oh, this is my sexy.
Hey, Sonny, do you need some fries with that shake?
Would I what? What did you say?
Do you need some fries with that shake?
Yeah. I need some cheese with my wine, more like it.
Oh no!
You need some D batteries.
Yeah, no, I don't need batteries. There's plugins, right?
What about a dog on them buns?
Yeah. You know, my husband. Okay, you guys do not listen to this. My husband always says, "I'm going to put my hot dog between your." Right?
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Hey, sorry, Marvel. She's probably going, "Oh my God, listen to her." Okay,
No, you're fine.
X-rated channel here.
She's like, "What did I walk into?" The poor right down there. She's like, "Oh my goodness."
We got a censored X-rated videos going on right now on YouTube, guys.
After this, it might be my night.
It wouldn't be the first
Family
time,
Night's
I
Monday.
guess.
Yeah. G-rated on Mondays.
Yeah.
Look at Exile. You need a foot long? Is that what you're saying, Exile?
I was gonna say, I think, you know what, actually the funniest thing I ever did see was, and I know it's not Wednesday, it's Thursday. Hump day is on Wednesdays. And I learned that from a lady a long time ago what hump day was. Because I just remember, but anyways, there's like this picture of a worm and a crinkle cut French fry. And it says, and then you got the fry humping the worm. And it says hump day. You know what? If you saw the picture, you would laugh with me right now. I always think of that whenever I think of Wednesday hump day. So anyways, inappropriate talk will now be on Wednesday nights instead of Thursday. Sorry. No. Anyways, you guys. Okay, so before you get going here, anything, Randy, that you want to say?
No.
No.
Not at all.
You don't want to say like I'm beautiful or anything like that.
Pucker up, baby. Pucker up.
I would like to say something.
Okay. Marvelous
What's up,
Marvin,
Mama?
do you have anything that you want to add or say, or a link that you want shared or anything?
I just tell everybody to keep an open mind. You know, don't put all your fries in one basket right away. Research and keep an open mind, because we don't really know who this is.
Did you drop did you drop the link to her? Marv,
I dropped the link in the chat for people.
Okay. All right.
And if you want to put it in my messenger
Private chat.
there,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, I'd appreciate
All
that.
right. I appreciate you having us on here there, Sonny.
All right.
It
Well,
was
thanks
nice
for
to meet
coming
you
and
guys.
stopping by. I
Funny,
think I know that the people that came in that enjoyed it as well. I'm sure a lot of everybody, because honestly, at the end of the day, for me, still, regardless of the BG, it's truly about the story, how it played out, if they were lured, how they got there, what it's all those little details that. Is there a person under the bridge in that picture? Just stuff like that. That just more adds. It's personal. Like it's just for me, it's personal. As that, I would like to know the answer. So, because it's not like Ellie's gonna go be like, oh, absolutely, let's just share the information with you.
Well, at the end of the day, the girls deserve justice.
Exactly.
Yes, they do.
And that's what everyone's goal is.
Yeah.
And
as
it's
for
been
families,
5 years too long.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Honestly, yes. Yeah. Okay, so Frank, anything you want to say?
I just want to say thank you for having me on, and I really enjoyed being on your show tonight.
Oh, you know what? I need to get a radio voice.
You better grow. You better grow a little bit of hair on that chest.
No problem. Yeah. Well, my husband does pluck my beard now and again.
Oh, Lord.
I'm gonna do a good skirt. Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead.
no.
Go ahead.
I'm good.
Yeah, we're good. Okay.
I just want to say thank you guys for coming in and sharing tonight. I found that it was a wonderful and very refreshing discussion. So thank you for just bringing in your thoughts. Knowledge is power, and if everybody just keeps working together, this thing can be solved, and it will be solved. So
Somebody's going to come out with the clue that's going to break the case.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think it's going to get solved this year. I mean, I think there's going to be arrest. I think a conviction is going to be a whole different story. But
See, like you were saying, like when the Keegan Klein trial was supposed to be in May, I think they were delaying it to try to get him to give them more information. I was thinking, well, it makes sense that something big is going to happen in May, but now his trial's been delayed until September.
yeah, I know it starts. On
Yeah,
my
I know,
birthday.
right?
What a
Well,
fat is.
I'm glad that you said that about, when BG is caught, it's going to be a big day for us. But we're going through a case here in Wisconsin that I'm going to be showcasing on Marvelous Investigates in the next couple of weeks, where a family lost 2 members. And they've been waiting 2 years just to get a court date.
You talking about the brothers?
The brothers, the D-Mill brothers, yeah.
I mean, imagine trying to find a jury for this case.
See, she's already got me looking into that one already. So,
what are their names? What are their names so we can look into it?
It's Justin and why am I blanking on his name?
Just have to get the last name of the brothers.
D-Mel, Diemel. It's Justin and
I can't think of the other brother's name right off the top of my head. They were murdered in a different state.
Yes.
It was not Wisconsin?
No.
No, they're from Wisconsin. They went to Missouri and they were murdered in Missouri. Okay. And that family has gone through 2 years of hell waiting with delays and delays and delays.
Okay.
And they make these trips from Wisconsin to Missouri for these to get it delayed.
Yeah. That's horrible. Well, I mean, this prosecutor, this will be the first murder case.
How do you spell the last name again? Sorry, Marvelous.
It's Diemel.
Yeah, Dimels.
But in Carroll County, the new prosecutor in Carroll County will be the very first murder case.
Nick and Justin D-Mel.
Okay, Nick, yeah. Nick and Justin? Yeah, Nick and Justin, okay.
Yep.
And another thing, I've already made a connection with Delphi and somebody out of Evansdale, out of Delphi.
Oh, yeah?
Are you going to say it or are you keeping that?
Yeah. Brad Weber goes hunting in 7 Bridges there in Evansdale.
Oh, okie dokie. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I hope this thing all, like I said, I mean, for me, Suzanne Morphew case, Delphi girls, those are my babies for me. And like anyone want the justice.
And
It
those
hurts my
Evansville girls
heart.
do deserve justice too.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
they
really, sometimes it really sucks being a deep empath because it's kind of why I stayed away from anything to do with deaths and that. I told myself not to click on that link that day because I stopped watching the newspapers, anything to do with deaths. I hate it because I always put myself in the place of how that person must be feeling. And then it makes my heart hurt, makes me sad. Like whenever I watch Becky and that in the interviews, I literally just sit there in such pain, you know, and I know it's just kind of like, obviously I'm not feeling that same exact pain, but it's just hard on my heart. Oh, the cat's deciding to join me.
Hey, you know what's so funny is that Marv did a thing, and it was the videos of Libby and Abby on the phone, joking around, having a good time with the girls. I literally started crying watching that video.
Oh, sorry. Which video was it?
Was it you, Marv, that put that video out?
From the night before?
No, this was a week or two ago. Who was that? Somebody put a video out of the girls on the phone, joking around, having a good time and everything. And I just started bawling. I was like, man, these girls were just snuffed out, and they had their whole lives to live in front of them.
They haven't even started them yet.
And I was in tears. And I'm not a crier, but when it comes to kids, it touched my heart, and I was like, oh man.
Absolutely. It's because they're so innocent. They had a whole future ahead of them. It was taken away by a piece of shit, whatever, you know, and all I can picture every day, and I know you guys do the same, you wake up breathing it, sleeping it, everything it, and all you can picture is these two beautiful faces that had so much more to give to the world, and yet murdered. You know, they go out for a day. So you imagining, of course, when you have kids, if that happens to you, and you could never imagine that type of pain unless it's happened to you. And it just it's just so wrong. And it just, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand, like I said, like what would create someone to go out there that day, or people, right? And then go, yeah, we're going to go kill a couple, you know.
And not even affect them at all.
I know.
But not only were they kids, but they were like the worst part of the age of being a kid. Because 13 and 14 is hard.
Yeah. And you're just now becoming a full teenager at that age.
But it's like so it's like you're in the worst part of it. So it's like I hate it for them.
Yeah.
But we don't want to hold Sunny up anymore, guys. Papa's waiting on her.
Yeah. Who's my daddy? Who's my daddy?
London bridges will be falling.
Yeah, right. Well, I looked at my thing and my husband said, coming to bed in 15 minutes, which was about 7 minutes ago.
Okay. She's going to be late now. She's late now.
Yeah.
Rosy Palms has already taken effect.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much. Wait. I know what I was going to ask one last thing. Hey, what?
Just take the camera with you to the bed.
Oh.
No. I was going to ask you, Frank, so everyone has said their piece now. Love you guys all. Thank you so much. But Frank, I was going to say, I don't care what intro you do, but just take us out with whatever radio voice intro you want to say goodbye with. No pressure.
He's alive. Good night.
Thank you so much.
That's the Frankenstein theme.
Yeah.
As you can see, they call me Frankmeister.
You know, I was gonna say, Mama has this voice that goes from supposedly sexy, but when she gets into her little gremlin voice, it's kind of like, ooh, it's actually, I don't want to say scary, but creepy. Actually, it goes from sexy to creepy very fast.
Hey, baby.
How could you even talk about me like that?
Remember when you were doing that voice the other day, Mama? And I literally was legitly going, is that Mama, or am I going to get dick rolled again?
Oh, Lord.
Right? Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm off here.
All right, have a good night, everyone.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Okay. I'm just waiting for you guys. Oh, okay. Mama was gone just like that, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Debbie,
okay,
Debbie, you want to go first? You want me to go first? You hang out first.
You go ahead.
Wait.
No, you hang out first.
Wait.
You go ahead.
Adam, don't we still have about 9 hours left to make? We got to beat our 13-hour live, don't we?
I will.
If
I
I
mean,
wake up tomorrow and you're still on, I'm gonna.
No, I have to work.
Have a problem.
Sonny, has anyone ever gone as long as with you as I have?
No, we've gone pretty
Her
long
husband.
together. Yes. Okay. TMI now. No, just kidding.
We hold the record.
Look at there's 66
You want to beat
people
our
in chat.
13-hour record?
And yeah. All right. Only Sonny can do freaking 13-hour records. And I wasn't even trying. Like, it's not like I said, oh, I'm going to do a 12-hour marathon. You know, it's just 13 hours. And it was so
It
funny.
just happens.
What was so funny is when people from the live from that night came in the morning and they're like, I didn't know you guys were doing another live. Oh, I didn't see a notification.
It was 1 p.m. in Charlotte by the time we were done.
Yeah. Okay, you guys. Have a good night. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you,
Love
Sonny.
you guys.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on cam too, Deb. And Adam, of course. But Adam, I've seen you. Deb, it's a pleasure. Take care. Good night, guys.
All right. Night.
Okay. Ending broadcast.